to take your seats or continue to loiter at the back. Either is acceptable in this new informal departure lounge. So the team online are giving me a hand signal to say we are now streaming out to the various people who are watching us online. Welcome to them. Welcome to all of you in the room as well. What a fantastic venue this is. How many is this the first time you've been inside the Horizon terminal? Most people, isn't it incredible? These beams, Norwegian wood, I'm told. And you're sitting side saddle today. That's appropriate after the Jubilee. The Queen used to do that for the Trooping of the Colour. I hope it's not too uncomfortable. And it does feel a bit like we're all about to be taken on board a boat. We're not, are we? No. Oh, never mind. We are living in this post-COVID business world, aren't we, where innovation and agility are the most important thing, front and centre of the skills you need to survive. And that's what we're doing here with this idea of people being able to be a little bit more informal, a little bit more spaced out, but also including people taking part in this event online as well. It's this connected informality is a foundation, I think, of the future business world. So welcome to everyone. I hope you at home have got coffee that's as good as ours here. That's the great thing, isn't it, about working from home? You can pop out. Perhaps we need an Anton Deck style team to go outside broadcast to some of these people who are watching online and burst in on their living room and ask them to ask a question. You can send your question in for the Q&A that we'll do on the stage here, using the chat function online as well. This is an exciting time for our region, and I hope you'll enjoy hearing many of you for the first time about the benefits of the Solent Freeport. It really is a powerful package, and we need that to force a renaissance of coastal communities, to ensure that our young people have the opportunities that they deserve. From the Spitfire to medical research, the Solent has a track history of innovation. I was over on the island also looking at the marvellous aluminium boats and the technology we're using for wind farms over there. We also have an unrivaled natural landscape. Just look out of the window here at the water, not you at home, don't look out of the window, keep watching us. But if you look out over the water, we don't get enough chances to look out over the water, I think, in Southampton. But it is certainly from the waterside a lovely view looking back. Today is about how we can all work together as well to build on the strengths that we have of our natural landscape and our innovation, to develop a sustainable and more productive economy so all communities prosper and thrive. So thank you for coming online and here in the departure lounge. Thank your lucky stars you didn't have to go through the scanners. From business, from education and local authorities, you are all vital to the future success of our region. So I'm going to be introducing the speakers and thanking them through the morning. And the first is Brian Johnson, who is chair of Solent Freeport, whose day job is at BAE Systems Maritime and works in Portsmouth Naval Base. Brian.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming. What a great turnout. We're really excited that seems excitement in the region out at the Freeport. I'm going to talk for about 10 minutes about why the Freeport's important for this region, and then Alastair, who's our host today, so thank you, Alastair, great terminal, is going to come up and talk specifically about the implications for business on some of the Freeport incentives. So I want to quickly do an overview in 3 parts, which is really why we did it and how we did it, what our offering is, and why what the Solent's put together in terms of the Freeports in England is, I think, unique and going to be the one that really flies as we go forward. And then finally, what the next steps are. So going back about 2.5 years, As you all know, this government has been talking a lot about economic stimuli and using the phrase of levelling up. And if you live in the south, levelling up's always felt a bit north-south, like it kind of is a code for not us. And that may or may not be true, and I'm not taking sides on politics. There's plenty of politicians here today, so you can ask them that view on it later. But what was very clear is that the free ports were a huge economic stimulus for a region if you got it. And if you looked back at the 5 years, if it is 5 years of this administration, you will see that it was one of their major interventions. And so we got together around the LEP and around the local authorities in the region and felt if there's going to be free ports, we really cannot allow there not to be one here. We all know that we are the gateway region. We have been. We are so the centre of the maritime world that we hardly need to say it. I think all of us here understand that. So it was pretty obvious that we needed to do a bid, but it was equally pretty obvious that the legislation that had been set up about free ports wasn't entirely suited to our region. It was a bit more suited to Teesside, where you had a large chunk of land that needed redevelopment. There was a metro mayor who owned it. It was all quite straightforward, because the government wanted this to be an intervention at scale. Because people have talked about free ports and the tax sites within free ports, and I'll come back to that in a minute, just being a bit like enterprise zones. But enterprise zones were quite small. This was going to be an intervention at scale, so they were looking for 600 hectares. And you had to have that 600 hectares in no more than 3 sites. And all of us who live and work here know that that is quite a hard ask in our region to find that much land. So we all convened across the local councils, the local business organisations, and it was agreed that the LEP would front the bid for the region. And we have had such a positive input. We've had all the councils engaged, and to get our bid in, we've had to have agreement from many of the landowners, and Alastair will talk a bit more about that later, who are the private sector landowners, but we also needed Southampton Council, we're here today, Hampshire Council, the New Forest Council, Eastleigh Council, Havant Council, and we need all of those to agree how this works together. And so all of those people have signed quite complex binding agreements to do a partnership together. And that has actually allowed us to put together a Freeport bid which was selected and has now gone forward, and we've submitted the full business case to government. So what we've created is something across a number of tax sites that's a regional offering. So we've got all 3 ports involved, and part of the Freeport is making the ports more efficient, and as I said, Alastair's the expert on that. But there's the tax site side of it, and we have pulled together 3 sites, which is a number of facilities on the water side, an area around the airport, and an area north of Portsmouth called Dunsbury Farm. And between that, we've got enough land to put this together. And the reason I say that I think what we've put together in those free ports is going to perhaps be the most successful UK intervention is that we have some fantastic diversity, both in the nature of the sites, in terms of what they offer. Some are by airports and have rail links, some have brilliant maritime links. The site in Portsmouth is absolutely ready to go, so we can do something quickly. So we have got a range of tax sites in the region that's not just one offering. So if you're looking to move into this region, we've got something that fits, and we've got something that's going to develop. So we've got things that can be developed quickly, things that'll probably take the 0 to 5 year horizon, probably some things that'll take the 5 to 10 year horizon. So what that really means is that on top of the ports working more efficiently, and that's the original thing that people think of free ports, the tax sites, they offer really good fiscal incentives to operate there, and Alastair's got some slides that will go through that. Sorry, I'm looking at a slide at the back rather than the one here. I'll talk. It doesn't seem to move. It's gone up now. Thank you. Yes, we've got the tax sites across the region, and in those tax sites, new jobs created will have really good incentives. So we're hoping that we can attract many more businesses into the region. You'll have seen our predictions, which are in the tens of thousands of jobs, and crucially, not all of them within the Solent region. Probably every job we create here, there will be a similar job created in the rest of our region, and indeed in the UK, because that's the benefit of us being a gateway region. And it was one of the strengths in our bid that it doesn't just benefit the Solent, it benefits the UK. But what is crucial for the region is what it does for us. So the increased business rates that are generated on those tax sites will be retained in the region and will be spent for the economic progress in the region. And we have put some complex agreements in place, and I go back to many of the councils I talked about earlier who've agreed to pool rates, which I look over at Councillor Heron there, who has quite a few of the sites in his. It's a big gulp when you agree to pool rates across an area, but we've set up something which will allow us to spend these rates within the area for the next 25 years. And our estimates are that could be in the order of £500 million over 25 years. Now, we are at the beginning of this journey, and those rates have yet to come. But when we get the Freeport signed off, and I'll go on to next steps in a minute, we get a little bit of seed funding from the government to kickstart things. And also, there is the potential to borrow against future rates. And the way the finances have been set up, and Portsmouth have been very good standing up as our accountable body, means that we should be able to front load things in a sensible and reasonable manner to really get the Freeport initiative going and get the economy going. So we believe what we've done for the region is going to benefit all of us, because maybe you're going to create jobs in those specific tax sites, which would be great. Maybe you're going to be a supplier to those people. Maybe you're going to work in an area that benefits from that infrastructure. And I do want to make a couple of comments about infrastructure, because immediately people jump to the conclusion I mean bridges and roads. We are obviously talking about something that will be sustainable and fits what we all have the ambition for this region, that is appropriate for our region. You know, I mean, it's great for us to talk about jobs in the forest, which is what we'll do on the waterside tax site, but the New Forest and the Solent region, as we all know, is an incredibly sensitive and incredibly asset-rich region for us, and you know, our local green economy is fantastic. So everything we do will fit with that. And we're very proud that the New Forest Park authorities come with us as a partner in this, not because we want them there for greenwashing, but because we need their skills to make sure we do this correctly. And they hold us to task, and Alison's here somewhere, I can't see her in the room, but she will no doubt be leading a seminar later, and we'll do that. But I absolutely commit to you from the board that we are going to do this in a way that is appropriate for each of those regions, because we're conscious that we're dealing with a fantastic region that we all live and work in. So that's what's in it for the region. And I still can't get this to advance, Maz, but oh, there we go. It's done there. So that's showing the tax sites and the customs sites around our region. We have also got an outer boundary that we can spend these rates in, which is very broadly the Solent LEP area. It's a more complex thing, so we'll come back to that in a bit about how those rates can be pooled. So I said I'd talk about what happens next. The what happens next, as I said, we've put the bid in. We've been through various outline business cases and full business cases, and we believe what we've done has signed up to that. We have got our governance right, so me being appointed as chair was one of the key steps the government wanted, because obviously as this board is going to manage quite large amounts of public money, it needs to be set up correctly. And indeed, the public sector partners that we're working with on this would not have signed up to something if it hadn't been set up correctly. And when you look at some of the other English free ports, they've sort of moved forward in some areas and not others. So we think we've got the three key parts of what needs to be done ready to move forward. We've got our tax sites authorised, we have customs sites authorised, we have the right governance in place, and we've put in our final business case. And we're expecting comments back on that from the government in the next couple of weeks. There will no doubt be some issues we've got to update. And then we are hoping that we will go live on the Freeport, and going live, the most crucial thing is we get the 25 million seed corn money, And that has to be spent quickly. So working with our colleagues in the LEP, and Stu's here and can talk about it later, we have already got a pipeline of things to use to spend that money on, because we've learnt in our experience from the LEP that the better pipeline you have and the better you are at spending money, the more likely you are to attract government funding. So we're ready to go on that. So you should see us actually signing the deal that we're an absolutely operational Freeport just towards the end of the summer. But I do want to stress that we have already had our tax sites approved. So in terms of will there be a Freeport or not, there is no doubt there will be a Freeport. And that's really been true for the last 6 months. But it's just that final point to get the final business case approved. So I think, going back to the start, in summary, why we've done this and why it's important for the area is it's easy to get hung up about the phrase Freeport, and when I do presentations, lots of people ask me, well, we had Freeports before. Another question is, well, there's a Freeport in Luxembourg, and that doesn't seem to work very well. It's a catch-all phrase by the government. The phrase Freeport in this context is a really big chunk of economic stimulus incentive, and they've packaged it in the word Freeport. But if you actually read the legislation around the customs and tax sites, that's what it's all about. So we have taken the opportunity to move forward with it, and it could equally be called an enhanced skills and employment area as a Freeport. So it's important not to get too hung up in comparing, well, we had a Freeport here before up to 2010 and that didn't seem to work, or there's other Freeport models in the world, I'm not sure I agree, because what we're doing in the English legislation is different to that, and what we're doing in the Solent is different to that again. So the deal we've put together, what we feel is right for our area and reassures that green capital we've got in our area going forward. So that's why we did it. We've set it up. To rephrase, this is right for our region because of the jobs it's going to create, because of the skills it's going to create. And I could talk on any of these things at length, but clearly there's a skills package that goes with that, and that spending's going to be done, because not all new jobs, I dare say, will go to locals, but what we want is for many of these jobs to go to locals, and therefore we need to improve skills in the region. So we're working with all of the public sector and private sector partners to make sure that in parallel to investments, we increase the skills offering in the region so that these jobs go to people who want to live and work in our region, to bring it up. So that's what we've got. And then just to summarise back to the future, we're in all intents and purposes running now, because we have our tax sites approved, and our private sector partners, who I think are all represented here today, are already marketing what they have available. And the Navigator Quarter has just come up on the screen. That's the one north of the airport. And there's the water side, and we've got representatives here, and Dunsbury Farm. They're all up and running. And then a bit later in the year, we will get the approval from the full business case, and we'll get the seed corn money, and we will be up and running and in a position to start hopefully borrowing against some of the future rate predictions to really accelerate the delivery, to make sure that the infrastructure in all senses, whether it's roads and railways, skills, green interventions, go in parallel with those new jobs being created. So that, in summary, is why we've done this, what we've done for the region, and where we're going next. And I think if I press something at that point, we should run a video.
At the heart of the South Coast lies the nation's global gateway, where the story of our trading heritage meets our trading future. With exceptional connectivity by road, rail, air, and direct access to over 70 ports globally. This is the place where the next generation stands ready to catalyze a revolution in maritime, autonomy, and green growth. And where our universities and world-class research centers collaborate with business to commercialize innovation, all in an outstanding natural environment. Where opportunity abounds, tourism flourishes, and trade flows. And where the creation of 3 tax sites covering 430 hectares of prime development land and offering a range of financial incentives to drive business growth is reinforcing a confidence based upon significant investor interest. In a region where Britain has always led the world, this is the ideal location to build back better and greener, where innovation and creativity is fostered, and where businesses can take full advantage of the opportunities presented. Here, at the nation's gateway to the world. Solent Freeport. Jobs, trade, investment.
It's quite an impressive bit of advertising, that one, isn't it? I did notice a few little political buzzwords, and things change quickly in politics, don't they? I wonder how much longer Build Back Better will be a slogan. Freeport. We were talking about this earlier, and we were saying it's a sort of sexy word, isn't it? Wasn't there a James Bond film which started with one of those fantastic Bond sequences jumping from crane to crane, and the location was Freeport. It sounded sort of edgy and dangerous. I think it was Madagascar or something like that. Well, that's what's coming for us, except, well, not James Bond, I hope. We'll do it better and well regulated, obviously. Yes, we'll have some questions about that later. So start, if there are questions that are occurring to you as you're listening and watching, and at home as well. I looked on the stream, there's a good number of people watching us from home. Send those questions in and we'll put them to the panel on the stage here. If there's anything, they want difficult questions about this whole thing because we believe in it, and therefore we've got to deal with those issues that are in the public's mind as well as those taking part. And as we saw from that film, it is a big world out there. There's this sign as you come into Southampton, isn't there? Southampton, gateway to the world. It's actually next to the grain silos at the end of the port. China, India, the US, Japan, as well as Europe. And Southampton is Europe's #1 turnaround cruise port, bringing huge revenues into the area. It's also the UK's #1 export port. And when we arrived here today, you'll have seen that. There's Arcadia to one side of this wonderful new terminal, and there's the Minis built in Oxford waiting for export all around the world, up in the car park on the right-hand side. Have a look as you go out. And our next speaker is the Southampton Port Director from ABP, Alastair Welch. But he started not ruling the waves, but looking to the sky, because he spent most of his career in the aviation industry with a degree in mechanical engineering and accountancy expertise. He's been supporting airlines and airports worldwide, formulating strategy, and he's here to help with the strategy for the new Freeport. So, our next speaker, Alastair Welch, ladies and gentlemen.
It's rather worrying when you run up on stage and everyone runs away, but never mind, we'll see. And given the airport connection and your James Bond comment, my useless bit of trivia for the morning is the James Bond relevance, of course, is the first application of in-car satellite navigation. Southend Airport was the destination of the first application when James Bond was taking his Aston Martin there. There you go. We'll test you on that one day and see when you use it. So first things first, let's see if that clicker... So Brian's clicker wasn't working, so I'll be given another one. So we'll say, next slide, please. Another political reference, I think, Peter, but there we go. So from my point of view, Brian's told you lots about the Freeport in principle. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. And from my point of view, I was going to try to just bring it to life, first in the context of Southampton, but then the context of the wider Solent, and then really try to bring to life what this actually means, certainly for us as an organisation, but also for the various partners involved with the Solent Freeport, and I hope, therefore, by extension, to everyone who's involved with the region economically and from an employment point of view, or from a wider environmental point of view, or what have you. So a picture here just trying to give a flavour of looking from Southampton down the water towards the Isle of Wight. This is simply one section of the Freeport, but it summarises the head, if you like, the top end of the waterside tax site, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But if you go to the next slide, please. The Port of Southampton, to give you a flavour, Peter trails some of this, but so we are locally, yes, certainly one of the UK gateway ports, no question about that. Yes, we are the UK's biggest export port. Lots of big numbers, but the ones that for me are interesting. £40 billion worth of goods we export from the port every year, manufactured goods. And if ever you have a chance to wander through the port, and you're allowed to, the range of manufactured stuff that we do still make in the UK truly is staggering. But over 90% of what we export from here goes outside the EU. And that has real relevance in terms of our geography, and back to that in a moment. Yes, we have about 2 million TEU, that's 20-foot equivalent units, so that's probably about 1 million boxes, because most boxes now are 40-foot roughly. But 2 million boxes TEUs that come through the port every year, and 80% of those come from the Far East. Bear in mind, in the UK, almost all container trade is boxes come in laden and they leave full of fresh air. We import manufactured goods from the Far East, and 80% of what we have here in the port comes in from the Far East, and roughly a third of the boxes come and go from the port by rail. But in terms of containers, there are 3 significant container ports in the UK, Felixstowe, us, and London Gateway. And we are in a very competitive race with those, and that's an import story. In terms of cruise, as Peter mentioned, we are Europe's biggest cruise turnaround port. During the COVID pandemic, we were the port in the world. Let's be clear, we were the only port in the world that was able to receive and process and manage passengers and crew, and to vaccinate them and inoculate them and get them going. We were leading the way for the world in terms of cruise, and we should be very proud of what we did as a region and with the NHS and everyone else. A really, really positive thing, and that happened through collaboration. And it's partly because of that that we're in a very strong position and able to restart quickly when the rules started to change. So a very good story here, and because of that we are seeing ourselves coming out quickly from the pandemic in terms of cruise. Not out of the woods yet. I know Sanders here somewhere, and he's aged a couple of years, I think, in the last week. But generally speaking, we are absolutely on an improving place going forwards. And cruise has a huge value to our local economy. As well as that, more locally, of course, we and Portsmouth have a real role to play in connecting with the Isle of Wight, as does the New Forest, with a very fine connection from across through Yarmouth and so on. But in terms of the numbers, the jobs which ultimately are why businesses exist, we support realistically 15,000 plus jobs regionally and over 45,000 nationally. You talk to JCB, you talk to Caterpillar in Northumberland, you talk to Jaguar Land Rover in Solihull, you talk to Malahan aircraft support manufacturers in Northern Ireland, 90% of what they make comes here for export around the world, because this is how you connect with the world. And it's a really important piece that we shouldn't lose and shouldn't forget. But just talking a bit more about the pressures that we face locally, and then on to why the Freeport's so important. Next slide, please. So yes, we are, for sure, the home of the UK cruise sector, and we are seeing cruise ships getting bigger and bigger all the time. And the only way we can compete effectively, and to be clear, our competition for the large cruise ships, it's with Miami, it's with Fort Lauderdale, it's with the Gold Coast in Australia, it's with Barcelona and so on. Yes, there are other ports in the UK that supports cruise, and that's great, but the large cruise ships, the ones in manufacture now, we want to make sure that we are where they can operate and where they can grow. And so this terminal here is a great example of what we are doing and how we are investing to make sure we are ready for the new generation of cruise ships in operation now and which are increasingly coming in the future. And it's, I think, a testament to the long-term planning that the cruise industry is seeing, and also our shareholders are supporting, that sees, yes, this terminal in place, but also in the Eastern Dock, our ocean terminal, which is home to Iona, which is a 6,000 plus passenger ship coming through every week. It really is testament to the investment that we're seeing that we can support that. The challenge that comes, though, of course, with ever larger ships is they need space. Buildings take up space close to quaysides, and then, of course, you need space for the coaches and the passengers and so on. And that is a real challenge when space ultimately becomes increasingly interesting. Next slide, please. Because whilst we know that cruise ships are getting bigger, container ships also aren't getting any smaller. Brian, understandably with pride, talks about his aircraft carriers, and he's got 2 aircraft carriers, which is very exciting. Very, very pleased for you, Brian. whilst I wouldn't like to choose a fight with an aircraft carrier or what they carry, ships like this, so both of Brian's aircraft carriers could fit within the volume that one of these container ships envelops. So these container ships truly are massive. I think the aircraft carrier is about 285 metres long. These are 400. They're wider, they're much taller. So these are truly huge. And the challenge going forwards, as these ships get ever bigger, they get, and bear in mind, what you see above the water, there's about 16 metres beneath the water as well on these ships. So they are truly enormous. And so we need to make sure we continue to invest, yes, in the marine infrastructure, but also in landside space to handle the boxes. Because one of these ships might handle 25,000 containers, but if you're taking 5,000 off and putting 5,000 off each time they come in, that means each ship coming through is 10,000 containers space you need to support it. And if you've got 4 ships in simultaneously, it gets quite challenging in terms of space. So the challenge for us is how do we find the space to support these ships, which are bringing products into the UK and supporting our manufacturing economy. On the next slide, we see just a little picture of one of our reasonably large ships coming around the corner. So historically, if you come through the port, you'll see the biggest container ships have been at the end of SCT5, our new biggest container berth. Well, because there are now so many of these large ships, we're now having to bring them around the side and taking them right up to Redbridge. And so we've now finished the work to invest on the quayside and in the water and around the water. And Steve, our harbour master, who's at the back over there, has managed to find a very cunning, clever way of meaning that we can magically get those ships around the corner so we have more capacity for more of the bigger ships in the world. And that's great, but again, space continues to be a challenge. Next slide. And we talk about cruise, we talk about containers, and we talk about automotive products and manufactured goods. We came to the point that we have so much space now being taken up with, yes, cruise, yes, containers and so on, and bulks as well, that the only way we could actually create more capacity was by going up. So we've got about 56,000 spaces, if you like, for automotive products in the port at the moment, and that's all basically full. So if you go around and see a compound or a car park empty, don't worry, it will have been full 48 hours ago, and be full in 48 hours' time. Today we've got 4 car ships in, I think, when I came through this morning. So we'll see around about 6,000 cars moving through the port today. And every single day we'll see this churn working through. So the numbers are scary, but the challenge for us is if we're going to keep the UK economy moving, we need to be able to operate effectively, but also we need the space to do that. So of our 56,000 spaces for automotive, around about half of them now are in multi-decks and about half at grade at ground level. And going forwards, we are going to find it, frankly, increasingly challenging ourselves to find the space. And the real challenge, I think, for the Freeport is how can we effectively develop our infrastructure locally and the land we have locally in a way that supports long-term growth for jobs and for the economy, but also UK manufacturing further afield. And if you go to the next slide, I try to give a flavour of what's going on. If you can see on this picture, the Southampton being absolutely on the south coast in the UK, so the Solent, the Solent Freeport location absolutely is the first port of call as you come into Northern Europe for ships, and it's the last port on the way out of Northern Europe on your ships. So if you're a manufacturer in the UK and you want to get your goods to international markets, first, if your components, they come into the UK first, so you get them first, and if you make your goods, you get them out last, if you like, and so your working capital is reduced, but also you can get your goods to market much more quickly. So we are a real hub port, a bit like Heathrow has routes to many more places than the UK would justify because of the connectivity. We are the same with our automotive products. And the challenge for us is at the moment, because we have this hubbing effect, people will bring goods in to transfer them within the port, which then means we have more routes than otherwise would be the case. So if you're JCB, you can maybe get a service that goes to Baltimore, for argument's sake, 3 or 4 times a week from the port. So you get your product to market very, very frequently. If, in fact, we weren't able to be that hub because we were out of space and we had to concentrate on a far fewer number of destinations, you might have to connect via somewhere like Zeebrugge or Bremerhaven or Cuxhaven to get your product to market. and that might more than double the cost of transporting it, and it might add 3 or 4 weeks to your transshipment or your shipment time. And for a business like JCB, that has a massive impact. So the challenge that we have locally is how can we take advantage of our location to support the long-term growth of, yes, the economy around here, but also across the wider UK. And that's really where the Freeport principle comes in, about how it can support long-term not only the economy locally, but also what can happen beyond that. So if we go to the next slide, please. In terms of the 3 fundamental government objectives for Freeports, and the team from Deluc are somewhere here, so they can correct me if any of this is wrong. But essentially, we see national hubs for global trade and investment. If you're at somewhere like Jebel Ali in Dubai, the principle is you bring in raw materials, you manufacture the goods, and you export them. That's the fundamental principle, and if you add value to a product, in that case Jebel Ali, and you're not taxing the product which is manufactured, if you like, on the site, so you are held harmless to certain taxes. Now, bit challenging for us because we don't have a huge amount of space locally for a Tesla-type manufacturing site, but we do have site which has access to the water, and that's where I think a lot of what we're trying to do will be interesting. But hubs for trade and investment, we do want to support regeneration and job creation. One of the challenges, we talk about Southampton and its City of Culture bid, one of the challenges is a lot of people simply don't get that in Hampshire, lovely leafy Hampshire, very pleasant, we know it's lovely. There are certain parts of Hampshire, if you spend too much time in Gosport, or you spend a lot of time in certain parts of the New Forest, or indeed in Southampton, you very quickly realise there are areas which really could do with support and help and improvement, and we want to support the regeneration of much of South Hampshire through what the Freeport's trying to do. And we also support very real innovation through the Freeports. And I think one thing that we often don't recognise is locally, whether it's in Southampton or in Portsmouth or the wider area, the amount of world-leading, cutting-edge innovation taking place, whether it's around oceanography, automated shipping and vessels and so on. There is a huge amount going on. A lot of it's below the radar at the moment, but as we increasingly start to talk about that, I think we'll become, I hope, increasingly proud of all the good work that is going on in that regard. But where we have Freeports, from a government point of view, they are looking at custom sites and tax sites. Custom sites, frankly, are interesting, and they allow for people not to have to pay customs charges on goods until they've left the site. That has some benefits, but those benefits are limited for certain locations. But in the Freeport we're talking about, we have Portsmouth International Port, Portsmouth International Port, and we have Solent Gateway across the water, the old military port, which will be our main customs sites within the Freeport. And then tax sites. And we'll come on to the specific tax sites in a second. Ryan touched on them. But the principle of a tax site, for me, there's 2 things. One is, if you are looking to invest in infrastructure, invest in a facility, a factory or what have you, the intent is that you will get a number of benefits around not having to pay business rates for a short period, not having to pay certain national insurance charges and getting certain accelerated capital allowances and so on. That's all very interesting. I would suggest if you're predicating your business on a short-term tax break, then you might want to look very closely at your business case. But it's helpful and it might incentivize you to come here rather than go somewhere else. But the reality of what the tax sites really bring is in the longer term. Because whilst government has allocated £25 million of seed funding, which is early investment to support initial infrastructure across our region, and as the Freeport is confirmed in late summer, that's when the money is physically released, but we are doing work now as a Freeport to make sure we line those projects up, which will benefit from that investment as soon as we can in the autumn. And that will not change the world, but it'll be helpful and it'll kickstart a number of things we're trying to do across our sites. But the real prize, and this is for me the single biggest thing which has a benefit for everyone around the region, is if we get this right and we can see the investment across the sites, then after the 5 years for which there are no business rates, the following 25 years, the business rates which are received are retained by the local rating authorities. for investment in the local area. And the principle is essentially is if we have the confidence in the Freeport locally, and we have the confidence that this is going to work, and the local authorities therefore are allowed to forward invest, knowing the money is going to come in the future. So this potentially unlocks 500 million of investment in infrastructure in the local area. So if we think about the principle, let's take the water side and the plans that we have to, if we go to the next slide, please. And if you just talk about, let's say we look at the various Freeport sites. So start at the bottom, and along the water side, Fawley Waterside, the old Fawley Power Station, major plans for investment in, yes, residential, but also commercial infrastructure. We think about the work that ExxonMobil are looking to do specifically around the new generation of power. So we're talking hydrogen and various variations on hydrogen. Some really exciting schemes there. They're a key tax site. The land that we have across the water, fundamental long-term for capacity, as well as Solent Gateway, the former military port across the water as well, and what's going on there. And we also have some site up by the container port here at Redbridge. All of these sites together have a very, very real role to play and have potential to grow. But critically, of those, 4 of those 5 I mentioned, so Fawley Waterside, the refinery, our land reserve, and the military port, all of those are fundamentally accessed by the A326, which as a road isn't good enough. And so one of the good examples of how the forward funding could make a real difference is for the rating authorities to agree for some of that money to go to support improvements to the A326, which the County Council has been planning for some time, to really make a difference and to kick-start the access to some of these sites to really move things forwards. And that's just one example of what I think will be a real practical illustration of how the Freeport will improve connectivity and transport infrastructure across the wider region for many people. So we get excited about what it can bring, not just for us, but also for the wider area. So that's the waterside cluster. There are 2 other tax sites to mention. One is the Dunsbury Park, which essentially is one which is a project in progress, and the intent is if people want to invest there going forwards, then again they get some benefits, but also the rates then are retained for investment from there. But also Navigator Quarter, which is essentially, as I look at it, the north-eastern corner of the airport linking across to the railway lines, and the potential there is there for investment in, I'll call it a business park, if I'm allowed to call it that, Steve. But the principle, again, is how we can make sure that we can deliver investment to create, yes, jobs, but also innovation, and ultimately help people to better connect with the rest of the world. So next slide. And if we talk about why it's then important to us, ultimately, selfishly, we see this potentially could give us increased port capacity across the area. Solent Gateway, the former military port across the water, they have consented plans to progress and develop their capacity for trade, and the Fawley Waterside also has strong planning permission in place for further development there. What we see long-term within the Solent Freeport, and these numbers are just for the waterfront, the waterside tax cluster, yet we see our ability to significantly grow our automotive capacity, our cruise capacity, and our container capacity. And these are the reasons why we think whether we can deliver more cruise, that'll support the local economy much stronger. We also believe that we can support the container activity, that supports UK access, and the automotive piece really supports the long-term ability of the UK to be in the automotive market. Critical 3 or 4 years for automotive now, lots of challenges today, but the electric vehicle phenomenon, which is going to hit us very, very hard very soon, if we haven't already experienced it, that is going to mean a real sea change in automotive trade. And if the UK, and it is an if the UK is able to deliver on electric vehicle or battery capacity in the UK, then we will have a very, very strong automotive industry for a very long term into the future. But the capacity that we think the Freeport can create is tremendous, not just for ABP, but across the business, across the tax sites. And that's really how it helps us, not only for ourselves, but also helps us to support the UK as the UK tries to trade in the future. Next slide. In terms of the economic outputs, the tax sites, we see 1.6 billion of private sector investment And there's £1 billion plus already in the pipeline across the tax sites in the Freeport. So this is stuff which is not some sort of pipe dream. It's absolutely stuff which is, it's planned, it's in place in terms of ready to go, and we just need to make sure that we can get on with this. And as the government confirmed things in September, or late summer, sorry the phrase, late summer, then we'll be able, hopefully, to really crack on. We talk about 32,000 jobs nationally. We talk about 3.5 billion of GVA. The numbers are always interesting, but the one for me that has the most resonance locally is, as I say, this 500 million of retained rates, which if we think of it as a fund to invest in to support the future wealth of the area, and I think that's one which, if we steward it carefully and appropriately, can make a real difference for all of us. And next slide. But talking about a real difference to all of us, net zero, of course, is fundamentally something that goes hand in hand with the Freeport. If we are not in the position that we can support net zero, then we simply will not be able to progress things going forwards. So we want to make sure that everything we're doing is appropriate. We have a really special blue economy in terms of the maritime economy. The new forest here, or the South Sounds National Park, some fantastic parts of green, if you like. And it's how we support economic development within the region that actually supports further improvement in those areas. Because there is a huge amount that we're doing well. The challenge is, how can we do it even better going forwards? Now, the pictures you see, if you can see on the top right, that's a picture of Bobby. Bobby Big Plugs, as he's known. So Bobby Big Plugs is deployed regularly now in the port to plug into the cruise ships. And Bobby, if we think about the amount of power a cruise ship will take, a cruise ship will take twice as much power as the whole of the rest of the port combined. And so the amount of effort that has to go into making sure that power is available is tremendous. And if we think about where we're trying to get to in 10, 20, 30 years' time, where shore power will become the norm, then the UK has some very serious questions to understand really how are we going to generate power on a scale that we need to support not just more shore power, but also electrification of cars and so on. So lots to do, but ultimately, Bobby it's a first commercial installation in the UK. We have now commissioned a whole host of ships that are based in Hamburg, which claims to have shore power but doesn't seem to work. Don't quote me, please. But we are really proud that we've been able to deliver that shore power with the support of the Solent LEP. And it's something which we hope will be far from the last installation here. And we hope that Bobby will have a brother or a sister very soon to go up and down the quayside to supply power to ships. But overall, I think from my point of view, the opportunity we have here across the Solent area is to find a way to deliver the capacity the UK needs to improve our trade access to the world, because we are in the best possible location to trade with the world. But as well as supporting improved trade access, which helps the whole of the UK, that we use the sites that we have around the area, whether around the airport or Dunsbury Park, or right down the waterside from the old power station, the refinery, and the old military port, as well as some space that we have, to really see how we can grow our ability to support further employment, further innovation, but ultimately to deliver the income that we need for this fund, as I call it, to really support investment in the local area. If anyone thinks the government is going to look to South Hampshire in the near future for a huge amount of investment, when we have all sorts of pressures and the phrase levelling up, often referred to as north rather than economically, then we need to work really hard to get the investment locally. And the Freeport is one of the single biggest ways we'll be able to lever ultimately investment on the back of private sector investment to support infrastructure in the long term. So for me, big opportunity, yes, really exciting. This is not going to be easy, but we've done a lot of the hard work so far, and I think we're very well placed for growth in the future. So with the next slide, I think that's all I was going to say. And I think back to Peter. Oh, it's a film. There you go. I'll now sit down. Film.
At least I thought there was a film.
No film? No. Right. Okay, you go.
Thank you very much. Bobby Big Plugs. I'll have to name the sister plug as well, won't we? Bertha. Yeah, they're both big. Of course, Floaty McFloatface is just down the road. No, Southampton has a claim on stupid names, doesn't it? Well, I'm sure we can make that one work. I mean, it's great to hear the drum being banged and all these opportunities. And I absolutely concur with your dose of cold water over the government's interest, particularly in this area. I think it's growing with the blue wall threat. But skill shortages. You all are absolutely, I'm sure, coming across that in so many areas of life. Rising cost of living, unpredictable rising prices in business at the moment. And that investment going to the rest of the UK and not coming to London and the South East, and that being very clearly spelled out. I think those are huge challenges which we hope the Freeport will make work. There's quite a lot of people watching online. I've been watching the numbers. I think amazing as well that we've got, I think, 200 megabits per second 5G in this terminal, which is pretty impressive. You can watch what's being streamed very easily, probably better than the people watching at home from your phone here. We're going to take a break in a moment, and I would point out that the toilets are on either side, that there's also a water filling station. This is a very well provided for venue, and encourage you maybe also to go out into the corridor. I think you can go out either through the doors at the end and just have a look out over the water, because it's a great sight from here, and also marvellous that you can see into Southampton so clearly. So we are developing the waterside infrastructure here. Lunch, when it comes, will have veggie, vegan and gluten-free options, just to keep you going. But there is a cup of coffee for you now, and during the cup of coffee, Gemma Care will be doing interviews with various people for the online audience. So you at home, you've already had your coffee. Don't tell me you need a coffee break. So you can watch the interviews that Gemma will be doing. And for the rest of us, I think that was fascinating, hearing about the Freeport, just getting a taste of what it's going to be like. And this event is the formal launch of the Solent Freeport. So I think that in itself is worth a round of applause. So now a quick break. How long have we got, Maz? 10, 15? 15. I'll call you back. The coffee's at the back of the hall. Okay.
With 3 miles of coastline within the extraordinary landscape of the New Forest National Park, close to the great trading city of Southampton, with government investment in road, rail and hyper-fast fibre connections, this will be one of the most connected towns in Britain. Fawley Waterside, an opportunity to build one of the most beautiful towns in England that combines homes with commerce, Europe's first smart town, and within the Solent Freeport tax site.
The Fawley Waterside Master Plan draws together multiple elements with a clear track record of enhancing value, including a waterside location, exceptional placemaking, beautiful architecture, and a post-COVID lifestyle focused on wellness and ESG. The site's 2 million square feet of residential space will be spread across diverse routes to market to maximise absorption. Over 1 million square feet of apartments with spectacular sea and harbour views. 400,000 square feet of prime houses with private gardens, and build to rent and affordable housing. The residential offer will be complemented by a 2 million square foot innovation campus, comprising cutting-edge industrial and office space, located in the heart of a vibrant maritime, technology and life sciences clusters. Independent retail, emphasising sustainable local living. An upmarket hotel with spa and rooftop bar, and a 600-berth marina and boat stack. Fawley aims to match and outperform best-in-class local rents by exceptionally generous Freeport tax savings, unique access to local universities and talent pipelines, and a compelling lifestyle offer that will help firms win the war for talent. This brings together innovation, commerce, beauty and sustainability. Fawley will showcase how we should live for the 21st century.
Now I'm joined by the lovely Caffari MBE. Absolutely fantastic to have you here. Thank you for joining me backstage.
Oh, it's a pleasure. How exciting to be in this terminal as well. Great location.
And what a view we've treated you to as well. I've got the lovely water beside us. Now it has to be said, when Dee is in the room, you know something exciting, something ambitious is afoot. And today is no different, is it?
Well, there's certainly been some ambitious plans outlined, which is exciting, and hopefully that will generate momentum and get everybody excited as it kind of diffuses through the general population of the area.
And you're going to be giving a talk a little bit later on about ambitions, aspirations for the Solent region. I want to focus specifically on young people, diversity, something that's very close to your heart, I know. And I'm just going to start off straight away with what opportunities are going to be opened up for the young people of the region?
Well, I mean, I started here, I did all my training and development here, and I didn't really have role models that I could look up to and go, oh, I could be that. And we've got that massive adage of if you can see it, you can be it. And we really need to emphasise that in this region. If we're going to inspire young people, they want to know what those opportunities look like, and the future's going to look really different to what we know now. So actually, it's not our decisions that matter, it's actually how we can predict what that future is going to look like, and that's their generation and their ideas and their concepts. So let's embrace them, involve them, and give them something to aspire to get excited about.
Yes, absolutely. And support is really important as well, isn't it? To actually support those journeys going forward. Do you think there's scope for that?
I think there has to be. I think every industry and business that's getting involved in this Freeport and is part of this gateway network that we have here in this Solent region has to realise that they need to invest in the future, and that includes the people of their future as well. Their companies need people in the future, and we need to invest in them now. And that's the young people. That's the excitement that people of this region can get excited about.
Yes, and it's not empty words by any means. And Dee, you're involved, and you have led, you led for the 2017-18 Volvo Ocean Race, the first ever young mixed team. So you're proof that opportunities are out there, they're out there for the taking, and things will happen. You know, words will be put into action.
Definitely, and it's not easy. I mean, I stepped up to a big challenge that a lot of people doubted could happen, but I showed it could happen. And you just have to have the right people leading it, those people that do believe, do know how to manage that, nurture that talent, encourage and empower them to grow and get excited about what they can produce. And it's probably one of the most projects I'm most proud of. And they were here, they sailed around the Isle of Wight, they sailed in this region in really tough conditions. And how I finished after going around the world with them 10 months later, they were very different people. And that was just their growth of confidence and self-belief that they generated themselves. And I learnt from them too. So I think we need to be really open-minded to the future and the next generation's ideas.
Brilliant, that's fantastic to hear. And I'm actually going to ask you to leave our lovely audience here with a little bit of a call to arms to young people. Why should they be excited about everything that's being revealed and discussed here today?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, this region has so much to offer, and most people aren't even aware of half of it. So I think, start to look outside the box, start to look at different things. What gets you excited and interested? And I bet you there's something happening here that will answer those needs.
So very exciting, and really look forward to your talk a little bit later on as well. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And I'm here with Stu Baker, Business Development Director for Solent LEP. Stu, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Now, you haven't yet given your talk, so we're almost getting a bit of a sneak peek, really, aren't we, hot off the press? But we're talking about funding opportunities, and that in itself is an incredibly exciting thing to talk about, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, we're delighted to be launching our new economic strategy for the area today. That's number one. We're really proud of that. It's been a long time coming. We wanted to launch it a while ago, but because of COVID, it just didn't seem the right thing. And actually, there's been some fundamental changes to how the economy functions. We all work from home. The way people work, the way people interact is very, very different. And our economic strategy is out to 2050, so it needed to reflect that. So that was really important for us. So it's changed fundamentally through that period. Obviously, some significant policy initiatives, such as the Freeport that we've been talking about here today, that we had to make sure that our strategy was cognizant of the future. But as part of that, because it's great to have a strategy, but often strategies just get launched and then they sit on the shelf. But actually what we want to do, what our board want to do, is back that with millions and millions of pounds of investment. It's great to have the Freeport, and we've heard about £500 million of investment through retained rates coming into the area over the next 25 years, which was transformative. I've lived in this area all of my life, and to have something like that to transform and level up this area is really exciting for me, for my kids, and that's brilliant. But what we're doing, and it's a small token, but what we're doing as an LEP is investing in with new loan products. So it's interest-free loans. So money costs, but we're actually providing it on an interest-free basis to businesses. We're a business-led organisation, and a lot of money from government at the moment is going and being directed quite rightly to local authorities who can unlock projects to support communities, support levelling up. But we want to help our businesses, particularly our SMEs, which are the lifeblood of our economy, and make sure that they have an opportunity to create jobs, to grow, to expand into new markets. We're in a post-Brexit world now, so new markets all across the world. We're here at a port with 70 destinations all over the world. So we want to help those businesses. So we've got 2 loan products which we'll be launching here today on the back of Solent 2050, which will help us deliver a small step, first step on that strategy. So we'll be having one product which is offering loans of between 100,000 and £1 million, so significant funding that can support growth projects that businesses have got, and then a smaller offering which is between £15,000 and £99,000. Interest-free, you can have a 12-month loan repayment holiday, repay the funding within 36 months as well. So very flexible terms, obviously better than you can get on the commercial market as well, and that's what we want to do for the businesses, so that in this really tough time coming off the back of COVID, when things are really, really tough, there's obviously the cost of living crisis, and businesses are feeling the fuel crisis as well, of course, and it's really important. It's a small step in terms of funding, £5 million in one project, £1 million in another, £6 million, but we're going to see how this goes, and we've got plenty more money that we could reinvest to this, and that's the whole benefit of using our money flexibly through loan funding, is that once it gets repaid, we don't take a profit from that. We're not interested in that at all. That's not what we're about. We reinvest that back into the businesses of the area, or to buildings such as the Horizon Cruise Terminal. We put £8 million into this, and delighted to do so standing here today.
Wow, I mean, they're brilliant plans. And you say, token gesture, things like that. It absolutely doesn't come across that way. And the scope of businesses as well, as you say, there's a lot on offer that covers a lot of different types of businesses and different bases.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're really keen to, government are talking to organisations such as local enterprise partnerships, that you need to back your winners and focus on those sectors that you are really, really strong at. Here in the Solent, our number one sector that we are globally significant at is the maritime sector. We've got the backdrop of the River Test behind us and the Port of Southampton, and we, it's 20% of our economy, so £7.7 billion of all the output that we produce in this economy is from the maritime sector in some way, and we've got about a £35 billion economy, so significant. It's massive. It employs about 190,000 people as well, so that will always be our priority, so really important for us. But actually there's a range of other sectors that we're really, really strong in. Backdrop again here, we've got the sort of New Forest National Park you can just see in the distance, the tourism sector, hospitality sector. They've had an absolute hammering over the last couple of years with COVID, but that's a really key sector for us. We all sort of have the benefit of going to the national park at weekends for picnics, etc. And it's great to see the tourists flooding back to the area, and of course the Isle of Wight as well, just down the water, a fantastic tourist destination that we've got for those staycations here in the UK. And let's not forget, retail, both online and bricks and mortar. We want to get people back into our city centres. So, retail is really important. We've got West Quay, we've got Gun Wharf, we've got other sort of shopping developments, and it's really important to get that footfall back into those areas, to be spending money, obviously going into the cafes and restaurants, etc., and just getting back and interacting with people again. And one of our priorities through Solent 2050, which actually came through the whole COVID crisis, was around that well-being agenda. It's something that we've all become really, really mindful of as we've been sort of stuck in isolation and desperate to interact with people. And it's great to sort of almost 300 people here today to be able to, actually talk to people and see people that you've just seen on a screen, for the last couple of years. So, part of our agenda is sort of getting people, having those opportunities, getting them back into those sort of big, environments where they can interact. And we're social animals, humans, aren't we? We like interacting, most of us. So.
Yes, and that is so heartening to hear that health and well-being really is at the heart of what you're hoping to do, expand on, work with, going forwards. And also worth mentioning that you say these funding opportunities don't just benefit the businesses that you're putting the money into, it's the ripple effect. It's the people that are going to experience the fruits of those investments. It's great, isn't it? It's here and beyond.
It really is, and I think we've heard a lot about the sort of net zero agenda today. That's really important for us, and I've mentioned the national park and getting people out to sort of experience that natural capital that we've got here. And previously we've always focused on jobs and sort of cash things, but actually the actual natural capital that we've got in terms of our quality environment, the marine and the landscape environment. The Isle of Wight is a UNESCO biosphere, so we've got a plethora of massive assets here, and I think actually the financial implications of those are really important. And people say you go to the New Forest, for example, or the South Downs or the Isle of Wight, and they will brand things that are New Forest or Isle of Wight because there is something that's special about that, and so reflecting that sort of natural environment is really important for us. It's what's great about this area.
Yes, and I think everyone can appreciate that now, more than ever. So really exciting things. And actually we're going to be talking again about sustainability and looking after our green spaces a little bit later on as well. But for now, Stu, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm joined now by Carolina, a research student at the University of Southampton, and I have so much to talk to you about, Carolina, so I hope you're ready.
I'll try.
So Stu just touched on this earlier about the importance of our green spaces, sustainability moving forwards, and that's absolutely what you're here to talk about today, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So like you mentioned, I'm a PhD student, but I'm actually currently on a placement with the Greenprint Initiative. And the Greenprint Initiative is looking at how we can restore and use the natural capital that has been spoken about so much this morning, and how we can sort of work on that together collaboratively to achieve sort of green growth and green recovery.
And it's a huge topic, isn't it? And as you say, collaboration is key. So how is Greenprint planning on going about this? Is there a plan?
Yes, so currently the way that Greenprint stuff came about, it was this idea of how do we achieve green recovery, and rather than going back to normal after sort of the COVID pandemic, how do we achieve sort of a new normal? So from that we had various stakeholders come together saying, how do we do this? And that's how Greenprint was born. And from that, we've been working in communities of practice that includes different local enterprise partnerships, businesses, organizations, higher education, local councils as well, so local authorities coming together and developing this framework of what are the key priorities that are important for South Hampshire and what are those priorities that we can focus on together to achieve green recovery and green growth. So it's about that collaboration. So we've got the framework, we've got the key priorities that were identified by the people within South Hampshire, and now we're looking at coming together again and deciding what actions can we take to actually bring this forward.
Okay, so this must be a great room to be in today, because there's a lot of discussions around sustainability moving forward, and there's a real buzz in the room as well. And as Stu referenced earlier, it's not something that everyone's talking about and then it's going to just be put on the shelf and we'll deal with it later, or it's a long-term thing and baby steps. Like, we feel that action is imminent. Am I right in saying that, do you think?
Yes, absolutely. So the Greenprint framework was actually included in the in the bid for the Freeport. So it's something that we are working on with the Freeport as it sort of progresses. So the long-term ambition is working together again to achieve those actions and make sure it's not just on paper. We're not sort of just making those goals on paper, but how are we actually taking action to achieve the things that we want to achieve in sustainability. And we're making a a safer, a better, more sustainable environment for future generations. So a lot of conversations are happening around green skills and green jobs and how we can progress with that in the future as well.
Fantastic. So again, that's incorporating opportunities for younger people and looking at the bigger picture going forward and giving people journeys and pathways into a sustainable career potentially.
Yeah, precisely that. And, you know, including sort of green aspects into already existing jobs as well as creating a new green specific jobs.
Oh, fantastic. I love all of this. So it's great to hear that side of things. Absolutely. And just finally, from your perspective, what are you most excited about?
I'm really excited to be coming into this green print and seeing the framework and actually being involved in actioning it. So being able to see how this actually progresses in the future. So setting the targets and setting the actions and then hopefully seeing the change happen.
Amazing. So you'll be part of the entire journey, the entire process.
Hopefully that's the plan, yes.
Fingers crossed. Well, do you know what? I wish you all the very best of luck with that, and we'll all be right behind you and doing our bit as well. So thank you very much for talking to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have another interviewee very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
What is Greenprint? Greenprint is a joint initiative led by the New Forest National Park Authority, the University of Southampton, the University of Portsmouth, and the Southern Policy Centre. Greenprint aims to enhance collaboration between sectors across the Central South to address the planet's climate-nature emergency and help us to achieve a green recovery. The COP26 summit demonstrated that transformational change on climate and nature has never been more urgent. Greenprint addresses local issues and, in doing so, responds to national demands for action that address the climate crisis and restore our natural environment. The Greenprint builds on existing plans and strategies, promoting collaboration that makes a difference. Our approach draws on the Central South's distinctive characteristics, our renowned coastline and national parks, the mosaic of urban and rural communities, our excellent educational and research institutions, a commitment to creating sustainable places, and building climate resilience through innovative local businesses. From these attributes, we have developed 5 interwoven priorities. 1. Net zero with nature. 2. Natural health service. 3. World-class blue-green environments. 4. Great places through quality in design and build. And 5. Centre of Excellence for Green Skills and Jobs. Greenprint will guide the work of local authorities, businesses and other organisations in leading a region-wide green recovery. By highlighting collaborations and partnerships, we empower groups and individuals. We know that local action underpins our response to global concerns, while national ambitions on net zero, natural health solutions, land and water restoration, sustainable design and training a green workforce reflect the priorities of our region. This is the time for us to show political leadership. Greenprint partners across the Central South are committed to act on our 5 priorities for a greener, fairer and more sustainable future.
And I'm joined now by Councillor Sarah Bogle. Now, Sarah, we've had a quick chat and you are an incredibly busy woman and you do many different things, you wear many different hats. So I'm going to let you explain to all of our lovely audience watching online what it is that you do.
Okay, well, my main reason for being here is that I'm the new Cabinet Member for Economic Development at Southampton City Council, which we recently took control in May. And so one of my responsibilities is to lead on free ports and levelling up as well. And I'm going to be one of the new members of the Freeport Consortium Board. I have other roles as well. I'm a ward councillor like all councillors and I represent the City Centre ward Bargate, which covers part of the area that we're actually standing in right now, just next door. And so that's one. I think I'll stop there.
You could go on, but we haven't got enough time. Okay, so I think my first question then is, what are you feeling standing in this room today? Because there is a lot to be excited about, isn't there? A lot of promise, a lot of potential going on in this room.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a very, very large scale and very ambitious programme of work. I mean, And there's a lot of assumptions, there's a lot of huge numbers being thrown around. Obviously, you know, as a city councillor, as someone who has lived in the city for many years and wants the city to thrive, I want investment here, and I want the investment for the region as well, because I know we're actually, as a region, still not performing as well as we could. We have really, really big challenges around pockets of deprivation and poverty in the city and in Portsmouth and in other areas. And we have skills challenges, we have education challenges, we have infrastructure challenges. So my hope is that the Freeport can help with some of those challenges, as well as really boost the region in terms of its economic performance. But you know, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot of different stakeholders, and I am also concerned about making sure it's sustainable. And net zero for me is an absolute, you know, non-negotiable. We have to do everything with the green agenda in mind, and also try to truly level up in terms of actually make sure we take people with us, and people in this area and the areas in the whole region really benefit. And it isn't just about, you know, sort of corporate and that's it. It's got to be about people in the area really buying into it as well. So, you know, I'm there for the people as much as for the wider business benefit as well.
It's so good to hear that. And as you say, you have big hopes for all of these ambitions, these big numbers, these big plans being thrown around. Why should the people of the region join you in being hopeful and embrace what's being proposed?
It's a big.
I'm putting you on the spot there, aren't I? It's a big question. Maybe we should be a bit more broad, given.
I think the challenge we have is it's very hard to explain the Freeport. A lot of people have asked me, what is a Freeport? What does it mean? You know, I have a background in industry, and I used to work in import-export and that sort of stuff. So I do vaguely understand the idea of tax sites and custom sites and all that, but it's very technical still. So I think the challenge we've got as a community, and maybe particularly with the business community supporting, is to explain the benefits and then try to start breaking it down to tangibles, because it's very high level still. And if we can say, oh, that means that we're going to get this new development, you know, I think Alastair talked about the A326. Yes, it's a key sort of constraint for the waterside to open up. So, you know, that things specifics like that, or specific employment opportunities or innovation that will then harness, say, the local universities' talents, which I think I have heard something about, but it's still very tentative at this stage. It's still emerging. So, or things like, you know, actual companies investing in a specific, you know, who are new to the area. Because the point of the Freeport is we're supposed to get additional investment, not just people moving to sort of benefit from the tax breaks. The idea is that it will only work if we get new types of investment. So hopefully that's going to be things like the jobs of the future, you know, the high tech, which we have got lots of stuff going on here around that area, but we need to grow it, and we need to grow it at scale. And at the moment we don't have yet that at scale. You know, it's still quite early days. So there's all sorts of stuff that it could be, but I think for most people it's not relatable to yet until you've got those specifics, like in my backyard, there's an opportunity I can go for that, or there's skills developments there, or there's infrastructure there, or something like that, or I live in Havant and therefore I'm going to get better opportunities in Danesbury Park, or something like that. I think, you know, it's trying to break it down a bit would be good.
Yes, and that is such a good point, you know, just to figure out what that translates into. And, you know, myself preparing for today, I had to do a lot of research to actually work out what does it mean to have a Freeport, and what does that mean for people on a very, as you say, tangible level. So thank you for highlighting that. And I know that a lot of details will have to, you know, be announced and revealed as time goes along, but broadly speaking, a lot of things will be covered today as well, hopefully in lots of the talks that are going to be happening throughout the day. Fingers crossed. We'll see.
I think we're still, in many ways, at principle stage. 25 million of seed funding sounds amazing, but again, I don't know where that's actually going to go and how that's going to work. I mean, I've got many questions myself, and I'm hoping to hopefully add a bit of scrutiny and a certain perspective to the board when I join it. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the challenge and trying to make the best of this opportunity, and I really hope that it comes off in terms of the level of ambition everyone has expressed today. So, you know, I'm optimistic for the area. But yeah, plenty of challenges, and let's just give it a good go, you know.
Absolutely, and it's so good to have a discussion, open it up if people have questions, if people want to keep the conversation going, because it's important to do so. So Sarah, thank you for talking to me today and bringing up some important points. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Okay, on with the next talks.
So people at home, I will talk to you for a minute while the attendees here at the Horizon Terminal are finding their seats again. I hope you were comfortable. I think we were up past 100 people watching the stream. So now settle back in front of your computer screen. And we will have the next stage of this morning's entertainment, and it should be entertaining too. For those in the room, I hope you've all had a chance to look in the exhibition area next door. Some great stuff. I was talking about the maritime cadet scheme to the people from Solent University. That's a fascinating one. And they still have the little model tankers, which teach people how to drive the great big ones. Drive's probably the wrong word, isn't it? There's ABP in there, Fawley Waterside, Solent Gateway, and also the Navigator Quarter, all with exhibitions through that room there. So you've heard a lot about the Freeport, and I was talking about technical education next door. I mean, education, the visitor economy, those things are very important. Talking to the people from the Southampton City of Culture bid as well, who've got plans now to do different things since Bradford was chosen. Our next speaker, before Caffari, who is up after that, and then our discussion with your difficult questions, I hope. Our next speaker is Rachael Randall, whose roots are in hospitality, tourism and farming, and is now principal of HTP Apprenticeship College, which she established after working for government-funded training schemes, the New Deal and in apprenticeships. Those apprenticeships have really grown in recent years, but I'm sure that there's a lot further that can go, especially with the skills shortage we have now. Skills are really important. So, ladies and gentlemen, Rachael.
Well, thank you. And I'm really, really pleased to be here as the chair of the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership to launch our 2050 strategy. It's really exciting times. We've heard about the Freeport, and it's been lovely to support that behind the scenes and see our baby fly today. And also, it's about how we can support that as we move forward. And clearly, the benefits of the Freeport are aligned to the Solent LEP's long-term economic strategy, Solent 2050. We're also pleased to be here in this beautiful terminal. Not only did we, and I should hope to get the nickname right, help with Bobby Big Batteries, but we also helped towards with £8 million worth of funding towards this wonderful terminal of a £42 million investment. So there's a huge amount of economic development going on within the Solent region. This strategy outlines 7 priorities to level up the Solent economically, creating jobs and driving innovation. It's a really good read. We've spent a lot of time, and when I say we, everybody in the region has been highly consulted, and when you do get a copy of it, in the back you'll see how many people have actually been consulting on this. So this wasn't something that was dreamed up in a cupboard somewhere. It aims to achieve sustainable and transformative growth in the Solent with a vision of building a more prosperous and productive regional economy where our communities can thrive, and that's really important. And it is an ambitious, and it's there to protect our natural assets and communities from the effects of climate change and to secure the renaissance of our area, particularly the coastal towns. So that our vision in 2050, or to 2050, will be a global leader in maritime and climate change adaptation. But as we've said that, and as through the introduction that I had, it's more than just about a marine and maritime economy. It's very important to us, but it's a place made up of towns and cities that are fantastic places to live, work and trade from, and we're there to promote those opportunities for all our communities to flourish. And it's about how we can use that with our visitor economy, the health and of our people as well. So when you look at that 2050 strategy, it's about looking across the whole breadth of what we can offer. And the Solent LEP is very much here, working within our teams for the foreseeable future. And the workshops this afternoon are very much key to about how you as our community can help develop that. And Stuart, who sat here in front of me, is actually going to be leading a workshop on the next funding rounds. So with that in mind, it's about how we can actually use that funding creatively for the future to promote that Solent 2050. So now I'd like to introduce our 2050 Solent film, which encapsulates that vision. And then if you have any questions later on, we'll be on the panel to answer some of those, hopefully not so difficult questions. So let's show the film.
Over limestone cliffs and rolling ancient forests, meandering waterways and rich coastal communities, our idyllic region has always been at the heart of the nation's prosperity. It was from these very shores our forebears reached out to explore the globe, where the legends of aviation and shipping made their names. And it was their innovation and enterprising spirit that helped shape the world we know today. We've helped the nation thrive, but we have an even grander vision for the future. From supernova to submersibles, healthcare to haptics, ocean research to renewables, our world-leading universities are seeding the next industrial revolution and securing the trading future of the nation. As we set our sights on becoming the global leader in maritime and climate change adaptation, our towns and cities will thrive through trade and opportunities. We will lead the UK's coastal renaissance, and our communities will continue to flourish and grow. We have an abundance of talent, and by harnessing science and technology, we will nurture and develop the skills that will ensure we remain a world leader. Encouraging innovation, fostering collaboration, and enabling businesses of all sizes and sectors to thrive. And from ferries to fibre, we're building connections that will bring us all together. But it's not all work. Ours is a region of outstanding beauty, rich history, and a thriving cultural identity, drawing visitors from around the world. And by placing health and well-being at the heart of our economy, we will grow and thrive, whilst protecting our region for future generations. We've shown we can work together to overcome the odds, even when challenging times come our way. Our ambition is far-reaching, but our conviction resolute. That in this ever-changing world, it will be through the strength of our community that we will continue to lead the way. Solent 2050.
That's worth a round of applause, isn't it? Very nice. Yeah, that's an impressive film and an impressive ambition, and just reminds us how much we've got in our region. And so much of it is to do with the sea. And our next speaker is Dee Caffari, the sailor, who was awarded an MBE in 2006 after she was the first woman to sail solo, non-stop around the world against prevailing winds and currents. I had to ask her, you all know, I'm sure, which is the way that's against the prevailing winds and currents. It's westerly. heading for Cape Horn to start with, anti-clockwise. And apparently you, well, of course, in the time zones, yes, she says she gets a little bit younger by doing that. I doubt it. I think you get a little bit older, don't you, just doing it. Because since then, it's sailed around the world 6 times. The only woman to have sailed non-stop 3 times. That's pretty impressive stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dee Caffari.
Thank you. I'm avoiding the whole clicker scenario. There may be or may not be some photos that will just rotate round. So enjoy them. They're basically of me sailing in this local area. And I think today being joined by everybody to celebrate the Freeport is exciting. A global gateway. Well, given that 70% of the planet is covered in water, it's very right that it should be today on World Ocean Day, to celebrate this Freeport. We are, after all, an island nation, and the maritime sector is a key contributor to the UK economy. We're proud of our maritime heritage and our traditions, and have the opportunity now to capitalise on our future experience and knowledge and lead the way to a better future. I hope here in my home region that Solent LEP, the Freeport, and Solent 2050 can celebrate the start of this next new exciting chapter. So on World Ocean Day, I want to invite you all to take a breath. Breathe in and out. You all did. I felt the whole room move then. Now your second breath will actually come from the ocean. 50% of the oxygen production on Earth comes from our oceans. The realization of that fact helps us understand just how important our marine industry is. The UN has even described the ocean as the heart of our planet, and that is what we're linked to here in the Solent. I've been fortunate enough to have sailed around the world now 6 times, solo, as part of a team, leading a team, the right way, and what's regarded as the wrong way. In fact, when I first came back from that wrong way, I went into a school and the first question was asked, didn't anybody tell you you were going the wrong way around the world? I had to kind of do that whole trying to avoid the gender stereotype of women drivers and explain that I was meant to be going that way round and it's okay. Having spent a large portion of my life at sea, I've been privileged to look at sights and sounds that most people will never experience. Endless horizons, beautiful sunrises, glorious sunsets, and wildlife in its natural habitat. It's a joy to see the natural environment and see the power of Mother Nature in all her glory, testing us to our limits. The ocean acts as a barometer of our planet's health, and we need to look after it. It's our responsibility. I'm very lucky to call the ocean my playground, my office, and have it as my racetrack. In fact, the home waters of the Solent was where it all began. A career change from teaching led me to the Isle of Wight, where I retrained to start my sailing career 22 years ago. That's gone quick. My training, my development, my practice, my preparation, in fact, all the starts of my big projects have happened here in the Solent. It's a technical place to sail. It's tough. In fact, if you can negotiate the waters of the Solent, you can handle sailing anywhere on the planet. We can be sheltered or choose to be sheltered from most wind directions, but we get strange, phenomenal local effects. I've even been asked by the BBC, in fact, to go out on the water on that day where the east wind meets the west wind and there's nothing in the middle of the Solent. Now I'm good, but even I can't control the weather and pick what day that's going to happen. We have a double high water, a wide tidal range, testing any planning skills. We have a wonderful natural geography that gives us this unique area that allows for industry, science, sport and leisure to all come together. Given all the benefits to this wonderful area, is it really accessible to all? We're going to hear a great deal about being inclusive, levelling up. But here I urge caution. I'm talking to you from a sporting perspective, in the area where we've launched round-the-world campaigns, we've had Olympic gold medal winning sailors come from, we've even fought the top flight of our sport of the America's Cup just down the road. But maybe it's a result of all this success that we've had that the sport of sailing, or access to the water, is still seen as exclusive, inaccessible, and elitist. I'd even go as far to say that despite the local population being in the region of 1.3 million people, that the majority of the children have never been in or on the water in this region. They probably have never even taken a ferry to the South Island. There's nothing inclusive about that. We can do more and we must do more. And I believe the initiatives such as the Solent LEP bringing together this Freeport and the strategy for Solent 2050 can help address these issues and really deliver a difference. For the young people thinking what's next in their future, am I stuck here or am I excited to be here? If they can see it, they can be it. So we need to show shining examples. We need to give pathways. We need to give apprenticeships. We need to give them that lifeline to get them excited about what could happen here in their hometown. Purpose is about saying what you want to do. Impact is about doing it. Solent LEP is an excellent example of collaboration. And we need councils, businesses, funding bodies, the media and the public to all work together for success. It's never easy to collaborate when you're coming from slightly different agendas, but undoubtedly the strategy for Solent 2050 that's been put in place illustrates that the results will be far greater than the sum of the parts. In a high-performing sailing team, we rely on knowledge of designers, manufacturers, physical trainers, navigators, nutritionists, meteorologists, a wide array of experts. So we know that managed collaboration is a recipe for success. Ocean health issues that are discussed haven't really changed over the last few years. Despite most people thinking that it's not something that concerns them because it happens somewhere else to other people. Right here in the Solent are examples of all the issues happening to a greater or lesser degree. The changes in weather patterns, we're seeing them here. Ocean pollution and the effects of sea level rise. This is affecting coastal communities, which is us. It's not something to think about for the future, it's actually happening now. You just may not be able to see it clearly. It's difficult to comprehend that impact of coastal adaptation to low-lying countries, island inhabitants, and coastal communities around the world when it doesn't directly relate to you every day. But it is happening here. It's just not as obvious. But we need to be mindful, and that's something that this collaboration can be preparing for. It can be addressing these issues and ahead of the impact. The sea does unite us all, no matter where we are, and even if it means something different to all of us. Around the world, the ocean is relied upon for health, for our climate, trade, transport, and food. And that is no different to being right here in the Solent. The fact that 90% of the world trade is carried by the international shipping industry makes you realise how valuable this commodity we have is. If shipping was a nation, it would be the 6th largest polluter in the world. A fact that is driving the industry to find solutions. It's looking to innovate. It's trying alternative fuels. It is making a bid to action new technology. How exciting would it be to be at the heart of that? To be at the start of it? To make the difference and lead the way? New design, new materials, new methods. This will allow the industry to lead the way, help the sector reach the greener targets aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. But it can't be done in isolation. We need to collaborate for success, celebrate the good, share the triumphs, learn from the mistakes, so that we can all move forwards together. Change is tough, but it is the one thing that we can all rely on is going to happen. Being able to create an economic argument to support change allows it to become viable. That is key. Sailing around the world is a lot like the journey you're all about to embark on with this project. It's an adventure where you won't always make the right decisions. It's going to be tough and challenging, and at times it'll be pretty frustrating. And potentially your perception of hierarchy will be challenged, because it's the next generation that will challenge our decisions. They have the ideas, they have the open mind, they have radical ways of thinking about things. We need to open our minds to the new ideas, the different ways of thinking. And this could result in us taking leadership from someone much younger and much less experienced. But the future isn't about our bruised egos. It's exciting. It's about embracing and nurturing those ideas and innovation. It's going to require investment of time, effort, and finances. At times it will be scary, much like sailing around the world. After all, we're talking about the future. We're talking about the unknown, theoretical predictions. But the hard work will pay off. The potential is huge, and the rewards will stay with this region way beyond our lifetimes. We're looking at leaving a legacy for the future. The environment and the ocean is not our inheritance. We're borrowing it from our children and our grandchildren, so we owe it to them to do the best we can. With that thought in mind, I just want to close by wishing you all an enjoyable day and good luck, and I'm really excited what Solent 2050 can achieve and look forward to this global gateway growing in dominance and success. Thank you very much.
Caffari, ladies and gentlemen, inspirational, marvellous. And we've got to be mindful of those barriers to access to the sea. Astonishing to think so many people are not enjoying it. And also, of course, the ocean environment and those thoughts about shipping as a global polluter. Health and well-being, I think we're all realising, has to be at the heart of economic success. So, now we're going to have your difficult questions. Hopefully a few of them have been picked up. We're going to move this down here. I would like to invite onto the stage again Alastair, Welch and Brian Johnson and Steve Thurston from the airport, the Navigator Quarter, as we are now calling it. And Rachael Randall again. Wasn't Rachael good, talking about the 2050 programme and all the things we've got to think about? So they're going to come up and occupy these seats. I'm going to stand to one side, and ladies and gentlemen, the floor will be yours. Wonderful. Kate, Nicola and Lauren have the microphones and are spread out throughout the room. Hands up. Who wants to do the first one? At the front, please. Kate is coming. And at home, I hope you'll be able to follow all of these. You might not be able to see the person asking the question, but certainly hear them. Your name, sir, and what it is.
Hi, I'm David Kendall from Optima Electric Boats. We're a new start-up business developing an electric leisure boat that's fundamentally very different to anything that's out there at the moment, and there's already a lot of electric boats. We're trying to manufacture in the UK. We would like to manufacture in the UK. We are currently building a 10-metre boat, but we're looking as to how we commercialise this, how we productionise it, to potentially build hundreds of boats. And I'm just wondering what you think the area can offer in that sort of support. I mean, obviously, skills is a massive issue. But one of the things I would love to see is a sort of incubation unit for start-up manufacturers. And we see sort of innovation centres for businesses, for desk space, but we don't see that sort of thing for manufacturing. Somewhere where we could go and build the first 2-3 boats, get the business established, and then move into our own facility. I'm just wondering if anything like that's ever been considered.
Okay, who would like to take that? Should we? Brian, it's one for you, but maybe Rachel as well. This is the sort of business you want to encourage, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, actually, music to our ears, I would say, because as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at different ways how we can, with 2050, and I can say, being on the board, we haven't actually thought of that, and actually we are looking for new innovative ideas about how we can actually grow in this arena, because it's one of our key tenets of those 7 strategies. So
it seems strange there hasn't been thought about an incubation unit.
It's, as he quite rightly says, it's always done about businesses and business coming together.
But not for manufacturing.
But not for manufacturing. So Stuart's here with me here and can help out. But I think it's something we would seriously look at, isn't it?
Good. Brian, a lot of manufacturing I see on the island in Cowes is pushed out because there's a leisure industry as well, isn't there? And the access that needs to the waterfront can compete. So you're going to have to break a few eggs to make this work.
I was going to comment that a few years ago, I used to be on the LEP board with Rachael. We did a survey of economically active available sites in the Solent region that had water access. And although we have however many 100 miles of coast it is, in fact we have remarkably few sites that are available, and that's one of the challenges, I think. I don't know whether you actually need a waterfront site or not, but
depends how big we get.
Yeah,
it depends how big we get, he says.
What I would say is that within the Freeport sites, particularly within some of the ones on the waterfront side in the New Forest, a number of those, the team from Foley Waterside are here somewhere. I think there's people from Solent Gateway here, but a number of those sites are, on the face of it, looking for businesses like yours. Now, in terms of that incubation centre, the challenge has always been that and Rachel's the LEP chair, that it's quite difficult to know exactly who's going to set them up. So we have generally been in the position that the LEP and the government don't want, we're not the people who run incubation centres, but we might help to fund them if someone else asks. So there's been 2 things that have stopped it really. One is that no organisation has set it up, and the second is that we've never quite known where to put it. But I think this Freeport is going to unlock some maritime land, and I look around the room. Aldred, would you like a comment? Come on.
Right, can we get a microphone over?
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Aldred Drummond from Waterside.
Thanks, Brian. Yes, it sounded like a great idea. I was just writing it down on my phone, and particularly if the LEP will support it, we'd be very keen.
Right, there you go. Deal done within the first 5 minutes of difficult questions. Is that all right? Oh, he's nodding at the front.
Stuart's
Good.
Gonna, say a few words.
Stuart, perhaps, yes? Right, so Stuart Baker as well.
Yeah, Stuart Baker. So I work at the LEP and been supporting with Brian on the Freeport as well. Mentioned earlier, I think Alastair and Brian mentioned about the seed funding. So one of the seed funding projects that we're looking at is an innovation hub. We're kind of in the process of speccing that. I think the idea of a kind of incubation for manufacturers is something that has come up over the years, because I think a lot of it's contract driven, isn't it? And there's a big investment in hoist docks and things like that there are a challenge for businesses. So yeah, I certainly will perhaps have a chat afterwards. We're sat next to each other, so let's do it.
Okay, thanks. Electric boats, they're the future, don't you know? Next question, please. There's one over there, please. Lauren's got the microphone. Was the question just there first? Okay, yeah, but if we take this question here first of all, if that's all right, thanks. Okay, yep.
It should work, I've been told. My name is Bahaj, I'm from the University of Southampton. Really pleasing to see the presentations made about the Freeport. I heard a lot about social, I heard a lot about economics, a little bit about social. And I heard a lot about net zero, which is really a bigger opportunity than the Freeport, especially for this region. I just wanted to ask, what are the pillars that are put in place to develop the Freeport in conjunction with the net zero?
Thank you.
And the next question is related to health. Health and well-being, which is very important from the last speaker.
Yes.
I see there is going to be pressure on seafront. And I really would like to see that the public have more access to seafront and the Freeport than we currently have.
Right.
What is it we're going to do about that?
Alastair Welch, let us in. Southampton people can't get to the seafront. It's not just, as Dee says, that there are other barriers. And is shipping really the 6th worst nation for pollution?
So I'll plead the 5th on is shipping the whatever, because I truly don't know. I mean, the IMO, which is the International Maritime Marine Organization, which is a UN organisation, if you like, the challenge with shipping is because crudely every ship's registered to somewhere else, then if one nation makes a rule, then ultimately you might just change where your ship's registered. So you need to have global agreed targets and global change. And we now have a whole series of targets which require very clear reductions in emissions over time. And more importantly, there are certain gateway points at which if your ship doesn't meet a certain threshold, essentially it can't operate. And just as with, let's say, aircraft historically, where there were noise issues, and every single chapter that comes through, the aircraft have to get quieter, we're seeing that with shipping coming through rapidly. But added to that, there are particular changes with some shipping where we're seeing more ships in port, either running with solar when they're in port. Some of the cars should have solar roofs so they can operate with solar in port. Cruise lines, which increasingly we'd love to plug into shore power. We need the capacity and the grid. But there's lots that's going on locally. But internationally, of course, ships historically have used the heavy, claggy oils, if you like. Now they're on ultra-low sulfur diesel and so on in the area around here because we want to make sure we're reducing emissions. Lots and lots more to do. Long term, the big question is, what are they going to run on? Is it nuclear? Is it ammonia? Is it forms of hydrogen? And truly, big question, which we have to have a worldwide solution, which the UN is working on, because it's a big challenge. But we're doing what we can locally to reduce emissions. And of course, we meet absolutely the EU requirements around air quality locally, and we want to make sure we continue to improve air quality, because whilst we're well below the threshold requirements, we want to make sure we continue improving it. But the question about access to the waterfront...
The feeling in Portsmouth and in Southampton, when they were talking about bringing in payments for vehicles going into the city, was that this would happen naturally as we move towards it. Do you feel the same as with shipping, or is there going to... I mean, Bahar from the university says that this is a bigger opportunity than the Freeport to try and meet the net zero.
Yeah, so I think if we think that with, let's say, firstly, in terms of the air quality and the issues we had a few years ago and the concerns about charges, what we were saying was the effect of new technology coming into vehicles and so on will mean there's a natural reduction anyway. We were below the threshold, and rather than going to breach it, we will continue to improve, and that's been the case. But not just to rely on that. We introduced, for example, in the port here, a system where we have a charging regime in place where if your HGV going to the container port is over a certain age, then you pay a premium. And the intent is if you've got a choice of vehicles, you'll send your cleanest vehicle here. But we're not stopping you from coming. We want to incentivise you to the cleanest vehicle here. And that, I think, is a positive thing. In terms of shipping, generally speaking, the activity we see, deep sea, intercontinental, the market within any shipping line will say you want to use the least fuel you can, especially now with the cost of it. And so the ships we see, generally speaking, are the newest ships because they go the greatest distances, and they are by some margin yet more efficient and cleaner than the ships before them. And yes, they have scrubbers on board and heaven knows what. But the newest ones we're seeing coming in now, and I was talking to someone yesterday, the Italian line, who are bringing in a whole load of further improvements in the next couple of years. So we're going to see that really continue to improve. So it will be improving, but the question is the rate of improvement quick enough?
Okay, Brian's keen to get in, but I'm first of all going to say to Steve Thurston, your airport nearly closed. It would have been better for the environment and the well-being of people in Southampton, wouldn't it, if it had?
I think the airport is very important for the region. It's important to sort of serve this. You know, if we don't have an airport here, people will still need to fly to wherever destinations need to travel to. That just means they will probably jump in their cars, drive 2 hours up to the next nearest airport. So I think Southampton Airport is a regional airport. Provides a very important service to the growth of the region, to provide that connectivity around the area. And, you know, we are looking at this. Aviation is challenging itself, just like the marine industry is. We're looking at new fuels, doing trials. And one of the key things we're looking at the Freeport is how can we bring on that, because we're going to deliver the Freeport, we're going to deliver warehousing, logistics, manufacturing. That requires vehicles to come in and out of our site, whether it's large vehicles. How can they get access to new fuels? So one of the key areas we're looking at is hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuels, and how can we perhaps protect an area of our land for supply of that, because it's not just the generation, it's how do you get access to those fuels at the different sites.
How far off are these new fuels? How long do we have to keep having polluting planes flying from Southampton?
Sustainable aviation fuels are happening now. Planes are flying, being trialled with that. Electric is very much behind the game. We're seeing very much smaller aircraft, but that's where Southampton Airport provides that opportunity for the future. When you see the new generation of more sustainable fuels, such as electric planes coming in, it will be the smaller planes first that are able to take advantage of that technology. And those are the planes that fly out of Southampton and will be flying out of the airport in the future.
Despite the longer runway?
Sorry?
Even with the longer runway?
Even with the longer runway.
So they will still be less polluting than the ones we've got at the moment?
Yes.
Or we have had
Aviation will continue to develop.
Okay. Brian Johnson, perhaps, and perhaps I'll let you come back on some of the answers as well, if that's all right. But is it true that the Freeport wouldn't have happened had the airport closed? And tell us about alternative fuels at Exxon.
Okay, I don't think that is connected. I mean, the Navigator Quarter is one of our key sites, and as I commented, it's been quite difficult getting to enough land together from that. So if we'd lost the airport and lost that initiative, it would have been a lot more difficult to put it together. But the two aren't totally linked. What I was going to say in answer to the question, obviously neither the Freeport or the LEP, and Rachael might want to come in, are the employers of people. You know, other companies do this, and what we get to do is lever them. So with that being said, because I don't want to overpromise, if you look at where we are with the Freeport business case, so the full business case has got an entire section on sustainability, which the government are measuring us on, and the representatives of DLUC are here, but they won't approve it if they don't think it's good enough. That's absolutely clear. The second thing is each of the tax sites has got site-specific agreements. So when people have put land into these, they have also signed with the Freeport and the rating authority agreements. And if the local council, who are the rating authority, do not agree that this is the sort of business they want, they won't get the tax breaks. So if you take the Navigator Quarter, which Steve's pointing, you've got Councillor Pretty over there from Eastleigh, and his council are going to be on it to make sure, is this what we want in the region? And so we've got a number of levers within it. And finally, the retained rates, which Alastair was talking about, they get agreed by the Freeport board that includes all of the council leaders and all the rating authorities. And again, we will use that to drive green initiatives.
But can you really use levers on an international company like Exxon once they've been given these tax breaks?
I think it's the other way around. I don't know if I was chatting to my colleagues from Exxon earlier who are here, but they are pushing being a hub going forward for hydrogen on a global basis. So I think we have a real opportunity in the region. I agree that it's a fantastic opportunity, and we have huge infrastructure here. I don't know if my Exxon colleagues would like to comment on that.
Who's here from Exxon? Always good to hear from them when we do. Perhaps we could get a microphone over there. Thanks very much. Yes, Nicola's just coming over. Tell us what the plan is for hydrogen, and can we use it?
It's Riccardo Cavallo. I'm the Foley Referral Manager. The plan, it's public knowledge. We've signed a memorandum of understanding with SGN and GAG to explore the possibility to produce blue hydrogen on our Foley sites, which is exciting because we can actually produce here chemical product with no impact to the environment and be able to actually route the hydrogen to Southampton houses and look to a lot of opportunity, really use the refinery to start sparking the hydrogen industry in this area. And we look into where we can sequester the CO2. There are opportunities that we're looking into, can we actually find a way to sequester it without shipping it out? So it's quite interesting, I would say. As we're public, we're looking into, if we progress this with the support of the Freeport and the right policy in place, we can get to first hydrogen production as early as 2030, which is quite exciting, I would say.
The government's been coming up with new windfall taxes, they don't want to call them that, levies, but they're going to be giving you a tax break, is that right? I mean, why do you need to be part of the Freeport?
We have valuable land that can be used to spark the hydrogen industry in this area. It's a unique opportunity
you can't
to be
do it without that tax break.
Today, hydrogen production needs to have the right policy in place to be developed. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to see hydrogen production anywhere in the world. That's the simple reality. And ExxonMobil has been very public. We're going to invest $15 billion over the next 5 years in low carbon investment. Even without a return, it will be in the place of the world that is going to have the right policy.
Right. Thank you for those answers.
Okay. Peter, can I just make one last comment?
Okay, go on then.
Go on. If you take the water side, I think we all know it's an area that needs levelling up. They need more jobs down there. And actually, the Freeport has allowed us an intervention which is going to release land. And if you ask around the room, the lack of facilities to drive jobs and drive prosperity here are one of the key things. So the Freeport initiative has allowed us to package together land which we hope is going to change the fortunes of that waterside in terms of jobs and prosperity going forward. And I know Councillor Heron's here and he might want to comment, but I hope you'd agree, Edward.
Yes, and yeah, high-paying jobs as well.
Yes,
yes,
absolutely.
I see the people at actually the contractors have just had a 9.2% pay rise. Is that right, Rachael? He's not nodding. Some of the workers at Fawley have just had a 9.2% pay rise. Anyway,
I think
Rachael.
Yeah, I was going to say that I could probably comment a bit on the health and welfare
part
of the question, in that that is one of the 7 key pillars of the Solent 2050 strategy, is the health and welfare of the people who live and work in our region. And we took note, because originally it wasn't in there. And then through the consultation phase that we had with lots of people, is that actually that came loud and clear to us that needed to be part of our strategy. So we included that, and through the influence. So that really shows that we're listening. And actually, we're really quite excited that actually it's going forward, and very relish that. And I think it's really important that we do take notice of it. So it's one of the key 7 pillars linked then to with the employment and skills side of things.
Can we have the microphone back here just to get your reaction? Just briefly, if you don't mind.
Very briefly, I would not agree with blue hydrogen. I would agree with green hydrogen. And I would agree that hydrogen should be done at Fawley at your station, but utilizing green electricity and pumping the hydrogen across to all the assets like the power station, the incinerator, the CHPs in the city through a dedicated pipeline. And if you really wanted to understand how this could be done, please let's have a chat.
Good, bringing people together. Oh, and there was a bit of applause for that one. Right. Another question, please. Hopefully another sticky, difficult one. At the back. Sir, your name, please.
Gordon Meadow from a company called Seabot. It was just in response to the first, actually, speaker. So Seabotics, the National Centre for Operational Excellence in Marine Robotics, was set up in November. And it's actually been added as part of the Solent Freeport business case to provide development, training and assurance facilities for companies like yours, where we put facilities and expertise through an alliance of organisations to help you with the capital infrastructure you can't afford as a startup, to develop your product, to develop operational capability as well as product development. So there are now 5 sites, and the alliance of organisations to provide, better together collection of services is growing. So it's providing world-class training kind of around the world. We have a footprint now in Spain. We're exporting to the Middle East as well as trying to export to the US. So there are facilities in the UK. It is happening, but it was just to kind of make that point.
And the lot of money that's come out of the government recently from in response to Maritime UK calling for investment. Another question, please. Just over there.
Hello, I've got one from
Oh, Alison's got some from our online viewers. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a question from Claudia Merg from We Make Southampton Community Media. She asks, what are the key skills needed for the next development stage of the Port of Southampton within Solent Freeport, and are the necessary courses available regionally?
Right, yes, skills, a very important one. Who wants to take that, Rachel or Brian? Rachel?
I can start with the process, and it, yes, very much aligned with the Freeport is the Solent LEPs, the part of the 2050 strategy and the skills strategy. And each of the Freeports and part of that have asked for support in actually developing skills forums so that we can actually then be looking at and developing and ensuring, because the trail of the skills is going to actually be gradually building up. So each of those forums are going to be actually identifying what they need to be for the skills and then how those courses can be developed. And one of the big key things that has happened recently and very much part of the skills strategy is the Institute of Technology that has been developed with the Solent University and other colleagues and FE colleges in the region to actually develop and make sure that those skills are available and for the Freeport to operate in the areas as well as the wider Solent LEP region.
Steve, we've seen problems with skill shortages in the travel industry, haven't we, in recent days? Yeah. What's your requirement?
We have multiple requirements, mainly in sort of key airport operational. But from a Freeport, that sort of as we come forward, it's very key that we are seen to work with local education establishments going forward. We have some key ones definitely around the Navigator Quarter, but one of the areas we've seen an opportunity is working with Southampton University actually with their science park, how we can create opportunities within the land for innovation centres which bring in a multitude of support for upstarting companies across the region.
Yeah, it's a big issue, isn't it, Brian? And the Freeport itself, will that, I mean, I'll take it in a slightly different way. People see the possibility that Freeport could be the Wild West, could be some sort of free-for-all, and low-skilled jobs possibly, less health and safety. What will you do to address that?
Yes, the first thing is that there is absolutely no different in employment legislation in English free ports than anywhere else in the UK. So this sense that the Wild West is just a misunderstanding based on linking what we've called free ports with what other nations have called free ports. So the employment in there has the same basic as everywhere else, but that's not what we're looking for. In none of these sites or in the ambition or the LEP's ambition are we looking for the low-paid jobs. What we're looking for is skilled jobs. And going back to my point about site-specific agreements, what we're looking for is for high-tech businesses to move in who have got skilled jobs and good, sustainable jobs.
Will you be able to pick and choose, do you think, given what's on offer?
The site-specific agreements have got real teeth. I mean, it's easy to. You were sort of commenting to Ricardo that surely he didn't need a Freeport to do something with his land, but actually, in handing it over to the Freeport, it puts some constraints around it. So yes, it's great that we've got the land, but I think, and maybe one of the representatives of the council will comment, but there are some real. But by doing it within a Freeport, it gives back to councils some. On top of the normal planning rules, some issues where they can use those tax breaks to encourage the business they want and discourage the businesses they don't want.
Interesting. Yeah, and of course you're borrowing against your revenue, so you've got a good seed corn to get going with.
Yeah, within reason. Yeah. I don't know whether. Go on, Edward. I can see you. Do you want to?
Have we got a microphone that could come down to the front? We'll have to wait just for 1 second. And that was an interesting point about Forley as well. There we go. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't really have much to add to that. I think the key issue with the tax side in particular is there is a give and take. There is an incentive there for businesses for investments through tax breaks, but the landowners are giving something up in that, but they are committing themselves to certain objectives in there. Otherwise, there is no point in them being in there. They will not receive the business rate reductions. They will not receive the tax breaks. They will not receive the capital incentives. So there is in this a partnership, and that, I think the key point of this is, what is it that we as the local authorities who are surrendering equally in this, something in this, looking for out of it? And that is around those other two key objectives for the Freeport. They are around the net zero with nature, and I think it is important, particularly in an area like the Free Forest, to recognise that it is both of those. It is both the net zero and the wider environmental and ecological sustainability of it. But the main one for here is in areas like the New Forest, where we do have pockets of deprivation, and just because they are smaller pockets and sometimes more isolating and more spread out than some other areas of the UK, makes them no less debilitating and no less challenging for our residents. But because we have those pockets of deprivation, our key issue is around the skills and the access to better employment. We have, within the New Forest, even in our deprived areas, high levels of employment, but what we have there is employment that is not at the skill level nor the income levels that we want to see. Okay. So our key objectives in this partnership is working with those site owners and with those businesses that will come in, and with those businesses that will come in to prepare and construct and build these sites, to make sure we have the skills, training and advancement opportunities for our residents to make this something that is both successful for our businesses, but also for the people that live there and have to support it.
Super. I suppose one point as well, just to come back to you, is that there's a Conservative authority in the New Forest. You've got Liberal Democrat, you've got Labour-controlled authorities. You've also got, military ports, commercial, you've got absolutely everything. How on earth are you going to herd this lot together?
Actually, we've seen a lot of cooperation. I think most people cooperate for the region, and that has not generally been an issue. I think it has made our offering better, that we've got different points of view pulling the Freeport together. But it also goes back to my point that if you for a moment forget the word Freeport and just think of it as an enhanced skills, employment and sustainability zone, it's hard not to get behind it. And that's generally what we found, that across all the regions, people are up for this.
I don't see so much going to Portsmouth as I might have thought, to the international port. It seems an awful lot of New Forest and Southampton.
The Portsmouth International Port is one of the customs sites. Interestingly, Dunsbury Farm, which is, although it's within the rating authority of Havant, it's actually owned by Portsmouth Council. So Portsmouth will do quite well out of this, and they're a key partner. David was here, but he looks like he's not there anymore. But yes, they're one of our key partners, and in fact our accountable body. So there's a.
We've got to stop Portsmouth and Southampton fighting as well over new cruise ships.
They never fight. It's true. Yeah.
Okay, I'll believe that. Another question from the audience, or from our online audience, if you put that in the chat, and then you will get it. Where's it? You can spot them and I can't. Here, sorry. Yes, right in front of us. Thanks very much, Alison.
Hello, I'm Sian Campbell, also from the University of Southampton. We've talked a lot about skills and certainly getting young people into employment and then technical skills and stuff like that. But it's quite clear from what you've been saying is that we need greater leadership and management skills as well to support that talent pipeline and to drive through change. Have you thought about how that will be, first of all, people developed in that area and how that will be delivered?
Are you talking about the management of the LEP or the
No.
Oh, I see. In general.
Longer in the future. I mean, yeah. I'll hold my hand up here. I'm developing executive education at Southampton University, and it's one of the things that we're interested in, is how we can support the LEP and support the Freeport better.
Rachael?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that. And it is very much part of our thinking. It's the higher level skills, how we can actually be developing not only young people, because I think Now we all understand that developing and upskilling existing employees is as important as creating those opportunities. So part of what the Skills Advisory Panel and then actually only this week an expression of interest went in for the Local Skills Improvement Plan for the Solent region, which the Solent LEP is very much supporting the lead partners, Hampshire Chamber of Commerce and Isle of Wight Chamber of Commerce, to make that come to fruition. So we're in the first wave, so fingers crossed for that. And therefore that is very much highlighted in that as we move forward. So the new local skills improvement plans are very much going to be how we develop those higher level skills, bringing employers, because it's actually the voice of the employer that is important, who are actually then, which is why the employer-led body is actually the one that's putting it forward, and then that's where the strategies will align to ensure that we get the higher level skills. There's no silver bullet, is there? So we've got to do lots of offers in lots of different areas, joining all those delivering partners together to ensure that we meet those needs.
Thank you. Time for a couple more questions. If there's something which when you went away you were thinking to yourself, yeah, it was all right, except for, let's put it now. Right, yes, Kate, there, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Peter Taylor from Hampshire Chamber of Commerce. Really good presentations, and the strategic opportunities that we have are clear. Brian touched on the sense of collaboration over the course of the last 2 years, and I've certainly seen that and felt it. I think all of us in this room are invested in the idea of the Solent Freeport and Solent 250. The key to it in success is communication to those who are not here, who may be on foreign shores and considering investing in our region. How do we ensure that the communication of the strategic narrative for Solent Freeport and Solent 250 is communicated in a cohesive and apolitical way? And
Interesting.
I stress the apolitical way.
That's a great question. Brian.
Yeah. We've just gone live with our new website to coincide with this, which is a start. I know a website's not everything, but we've been taking small steps here because although my comment earlier that once we'd been selected as a free port, we were always going to be one, we didn't want to go too early and we didn't want to set unreasonable expectations. So we've been working gradually with DLUC and central government to make sure we're not announcing things in a way that would embarrass central government.
Go on, give us without embarrassing anybody, give us a little preview. Who's been on the phone already?
But so all of the tax sites and all of the landowners in the tax site, we all get together and we've got an external marketing group. And what we are doing is all of the individual tax sites and the landowners are marketing themselves individually, but we're all doing it under an umbrella of the Solent Freeport. And what we are trying to do within that is not say, come to Fawley Waterside, not Marchwood, not fight against each other, but point out the unique strengths of each one. And going back to my point earlier, we've got somewhere that's got, in Dunsbury Farm, we've got somewhere that's ready to go. In the Navigator Quarter, we've got that rail and air access and the rail hub. In the waterside, we've got the obvious water links. So we have got an offering,
but
which
if Aldi
allows us to.
If Aldi decide they can't put their distribution centre on the M3, it's all getting stuck, and they come to you and say, let's stick it in Dunsbury Park instead, you're just taking jobs from one part of the south to another.
Well, I go back to the site-specific agreement again. The issue about displacement, which you're touching on there, is absolutely key to the English Freeport legislation, which is they want jobs to be additional and not displaced. So in all of our site-specific agreements, that's in there. So we are not going to comprehend people moving. I mean, I think businesses will move because maybe they're coming with a big expansion, they're outgrowing their place, and they might move into a tax site as part of that expansion. But we have absolutely put in the site-specific agreements that people just moving a mile down the road to get a tax break, it isn't going to happen because they won't get it.
Alastair, that point about a clear narrative sent to the four corners of the earth, like one of your containers. We don't want just fresh air going back, do we?
We don't.
No.
So I think what's interesting, of course, is we have to realise that we've actually we're not talking millions of acres here. We're not the Midwest with as much space as you want. And if we look at, let's say, our various tax sites at the moment, and there are those tax sites which are more advanced. So, for example, Aldred and the work at Fawley Waterside, or the work that's been going on with Solent Gateway across the old military port and so on, and some work we've been doing.
On Dibden Bay as well. You're keeping that for yourself, are you?
Why would we sell that? But no, the point is that the key piece is that the sites that are most advanced they all have very live and very real conversations happening now, which are, conversations involving government and so on with international organisations to bring incremental new investments to the area and incremental new jobs to the area for a number of really exciting things. And we are working hard to move those forward as quick as we can. But it's fair to say there, the message is out there. The government UK is saying that free ports are out there, and people are very quickly identifying where they might want to be geographically, and those conversations are happening effectively.
And it's some of that is region specific, isn't it? You're putting the wind farms up on the northeast, and Rachael.
I was just going to come back to the point about how we're going to, again, as you alluded to, help business become involved internationally, and maybe how we communicate that so that we can generate that. And our growth hub is very much getting involved with that. The local enterprise partnerships, particularly Solent, are evolving, and part of their role is in that evolution is about the growth hub existing and carrying on, and how they're going to help develop the small to medium-sized enterprises as well as the large ones. But also part of that role is international trade. So increasingly the executive are being asked to look at how to get involved more internationally, and how we can then shout about what we do in our region internationally and globally. So hopefully that answers a little bit about, in the future as we come along with 2050, a lot more of our work is going to be how we generate those bridges and links, and our role is more than, we're pleased to say, sitting judging bids, this is now about how we can convene, how we can bring people together and use that knowledge we've gathered over the last 10 years to actually bring people together in partnership, rather than having to sit in a cupboard, as I said earlier, judging bids.
Right, thank you very much. A round of applause for those answers from our panel. Just stay as you are for 1 second. We have an interesting little break, a presentation of a plaque which is going to be unveiled here. Which I hope someone will be able to tell me a little bit more about, perhaps Alastair could, which is going to be to commemorate the Falklands conflict. 40 years, and the workers here in the port and their contribution to very quickly, in a crisis, does that remind you of recent years, turning things around in order to get Canberra loaded with military equipment to be sent to the Falklands? And they did it in berth 106, which is just down there. We're in 102, is that right? Yeah, here. And so just nearby, something I think certainly worth marking, that so much effort was put into the Falklands conflict 40 years ago now. And I can see Royston Smith, MP for Southampton, itching. I was going to make my joke about we've had a little shower, but that's the Conservative government, but only to Royston's face. Do come through and unveil this plaque in the corner.
Yeah, I'll come.
You're going to say a few words? Who can explain? Can you do it?
So, Peter, thank you. And Royston, thank you for coming. And I think we have some very fine guests in the British Legion. Nice to see you again. But from our point of view, right across the UK, there's a scheme that's been running for a little while, trying to recognise the work of communities right across the UK in support of the work that went into supporting all of those people involved with retaking the Falklands, which is now 40 years ago. And whilst we've been having conversations for a couple of years about what's the right thing to do here, given that it's the 40th anniversary of the Falklands, and from our point of view, we're now very close to the 40th anniversary of the safe return of the various cruise ships that were taken up from trade to support getting troops out and then safely back to the UK. We wanted to take the opportunities to mark the moment, or the anniversary of them coming back. There are events happening. I think there was one in Portsmouth quite recently. I think Marchwood, the military team, are having a rather large dinner quite soon. We haven't quite stretched to that, although we have got lunch. But we just want to take the opportunity really of marking all the work of not only the seafarers but also the port workers and the workers of the wider community in supporting the safe passage and safe return of those involved with the conflict 40 years ago. Very pleased the British Legion are here to, I think, represent many of those who took part in that. And Royston, very glad you could find the time to, out of your challenging schedule at the moment, to come along and be with us today. So I'm not sure if you'd like to say any words at all, otherwise we'll just pull a bit of string and go from there. Should we do that? Let's just pull some string. Who's going to pull the string? Go on, let's all climb around here. It's very exciting, isn't it?
Right, we're ready. Are you going to go on the other side?
Well, you pull this. You can't get it wrong. You can't get it wrong.
I could get it.
You could. It's a very exciting plaque. A round of applause. There we go.
Where will the plaque be put up, Alastair?
So the plaque, we haven't given a ballot about where the plaque actually best goes, but it will go in one of the cruise terminals that specifically supported either departure or the return of those involved in the Falklands in '82. And just so that this plaque simply says, the plaque recognises the commitment and sacrifice of so many seafarers and port staff during the Falklands conflict of 1982. So I think an appropriate tribute, and thank you for coming very much indeed. Thank you.
Right, folks, so it's time for lunch, and I've left my schedule down there. What time are we coming back again for the next stage, which is workshops? Maz? 1:30. So you've got an hour for lunch, which is served at the back of the terminal. Thank you very much.
It's a great day, I'm feeling good. Oh, the possibilities of what I could, do with the world at my fingertips. My imagination brings a smile up to my lips. Oh, fascinated, I'm moving fast. Oh, I'm optimistic as the days go past. Oh, opportunity is here for me, so come along and take a look, because I want you to see. Tomorrow's what you want them to be. You got the power in your hands to shape your history. You gotta take it up a level and go up higher. Put more fuel in the tank and turn up the fire. Come on and take a leap into your destiny. And come on up, come up with me. We're going up, 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 and up, up, up. We're going up, 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 and up, up, up. We're going up. We're going up, 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 and up, up, up. We're going up.
Pushing for the line. Can he be beaten? No, he can't. In front of huge crowds, Devon salutes the winner of stage 2, who's never known success like that. Alongside Anna Philippe, Van Aert over the line. Both of them on the ground. Both of them on the ground. Hayter takes the line, moves to the front. Ethan Hayter takes the win, takes the jersey. The top three during battle all the way to the line. Van Aert, it's inevitable. Lampard takes the win. De Koning Quickstep finally take victory. Hayter alongside Van Aert. Van Aert sprinting for the line. Van Aert wins.
And I'm joined now by Matt Johnson, Director of the Institute of Technology. So welcome, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
My first question, very simple, hopefully you can answer it. What is the Institute of Technology?
Okay, so the Institute of Technology is all about providing opportunities for people in the areas of maritime, digital and engineering. And it's really about working on the South Coast to create the learning opportunities to fill the skills gap. It's very much driven by employers. So we want to work closely with employers so that we understand where the skills gaps are, and then we can create a curriculum that's going to help us to upskill the people in this area to fill those gaps. So the actual the institute itself is a partnership between organisations. So there's Solent University, which is the lead higher education, and then you've got Fareham College, who's the lead FE college. But we've got other colleges that we're working with as well. So with Brockenhurst, with Eastleigh, with Havant and South Downs, and with the Isle of Wight College. And Portsmouth is another HE provider as well. So it's a collaboration between all of these colleges to try and fill the skills gap. We've been working closely with the LEP. We know roughly where the skills gaps are. We're now working with the employers to make sure that they're directing where we build our curriculum.
It's great to have that collaborative process, isn't it? And key, as you say. And I guess now is quite a pivotal point in that process, isn't it? With hearing about all the new announcements and what things are going to be looking like going forward.
Absolutely. I mean, we've just heard a load of presentations that were telling us about the vision, but actually making that happen requires people with the right skill sets. And collaboration is something that's going through a lot of what we've heard today. We've heard about different political parties collaborating. We've heard about different districts collaborating. And that's what needs to happen with the educational providers. We tend to, or have done in the past, work in silos and focus on what we do individually. But actually there's a real skill there in bringing that together. And I suppose as a director of the IoT, that's my job, is to break down some of those barriers, create the space to have dialogue, engage the employers, and raise the skill level and the social and economic prosperity of the area through better education opportunities.
So beneficial all round, and you've mentioned there about the organisations and the employers, but that means that the young people are also the other vital cog in this process, and this is something they should be incredibly excited about, isn't it? The idea of a new curriculum, a new pathway, a new future potentially.
Yeah, I think there's two key parts to this. I think, yes, you've got the young people coming through a traditional education system, and we need to make sure that there's opportunities for all of them to go into these sectors. And I think we've got to break away from some of our traditional views of what education looks like to achieve this. We have to have different pathways, we have to have different entrant points, we have to have different exit points so that people can get on and get off of this academic journey at different points. So yeah, absolutely, we've got to work in collaboration to create that. But there is another part of this jigsaw, and that's the people already in employment. And we heard in the last presentation the need to not just develop new people into the industry, but to retrain and upskill people that are in the industry. So working with more adult learners and creating a curriculum that works for employers. Employers can't afford to send their employees back to education 5 days a week. So we need an educational program that can enable us to upskill those employers already at work and give them the best opportunity to carry on learning.
Wow, so it is an all-encompassing approach then, as you say, not just young people, it's people that want to shake up their futures, change things, learn new skills, adapt and develop.
Yeah, absolutely, because the industries we're talking about, the digital, the marine, the engineering, they're changing so fast. And if we don't keep up with that, we're not going to be the forefront of change. And that's what we're hearing today. This is a stimulus to create change, and education has to change as well as the businesses. And I think working in collaboration is the way we're going to do that.
And just finally, you say, keeping up's important. So in terms of that, how easily will it be, do you imagine, for people to get on board with these new ideas, these new curriculums, you know, obviously we're looking further down the line, but will there be obvious signposts for people? Will it be talked about a lot? It will be something that will be well known in the region and beyond?
No, there's a lot of work to do on this. You know, the IoT is at stage 2. We haven't actually got the full title yet. So in the next month or so, we will have the full title. I can give you then what the actual name of the IoT will be.
Watch this space, everybody.
And so once we've got that set up, once we're actually established, we've got a massive marketing campaign to do. We've got to work closely with employers. And I think you're right, we've got to listen to the student voice. Diversity is going to be one of the key performance indicators of this project. We need to diversify the people coming through the system. We're going to have a key focus on improving opportunities for women in maritime and also the BAME community, which is largely underrepresented in those 3 areas. So we've got to listen to the voices of the people we're working with, and we've got to help them to navigate round barriers and get into the education system and grab hold of these opportunities, because this is an opportunity for everyone if they want to take it.
That's absolutely fantastic to hear. Thank you. And I guess the takeaway message to everyone is watch this space.
Yeah, and come and talk to me. If you're an employer and you want to work with us, I'm only new in post and it's going to take me time to find my feet. I've been in post for about 3 weeks now. But
Watch you get inundated now with emails and phone calls.
Bring it on. I want to work with employers. So if you want to work with us, if you want to help be part of that journey, then get in touch with me at Solent.
That's absolutely brilliant. Matt, thank you so much. Pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. And we will have another interview for you very shortly, so don't go anywhere. I'm joined now by Steve and Ian. Welcome to you both. Now, I'm actually going to ask you to introduce yourselves for everybody watching at home. So just give us a general idea of who you're representing and why you are here today, really.
Hi, so I'm Councillor Steve Pitt from Portsmouth City Council, and I'm the Cabinet member whose portfolio is quite diverse, but it includes regeneration, and obviously the port's a key part of that and why we're here today.
Fantastic, thank you. Ian.
Hi, and I'm Ian Palacio. I'm Business Development Manager at Portsmouth International Port, and we are part of the Solent Freeport as one of the custom zones within the Solent Freeport.
Okay, so we've already had a lot of presentations today, a lot of talks, a lot of information to take in, both for everyone here in person and watching at home. So what are you specifically excited about? And going away from here today, what's the resonating message so far?
Well, of course, this isn't news to us because we've all been involved in working on it for quite some time. And I think that the key bit for us is all of it. It all has to work. It's not just about marine jobs. It's not just about the success of maritime. It is also about those green initiatives as well, about health and well-being and increasing local skills, getting people earning more money and getting rewarded properly so they can actually enjoy their lives. All of these things are important. But obviously for Portsmouth, the port's a key player in that. And actually it kind of represents what all of this should be if it works together, because the port, because it's owned by the council, pays back in to support those local services that make all those things happen. So this is kind of a much bigger, writ large model of what we've been doing in Portsmouth for quite a long time.
And Ian, I'll also ask you the same question.
Yeah, absolutely. From the port's perspective, this whole Solent Freeport initiative is a way of making sure all of the region's ports actually work together. When you look at what we handle at each port, in many ways we complement each other. So Portsmouth is the second most significant ferry port or continental ferry port in the UK. We handle the most fruit cargo in the whole of the UK. So when you couple that with the Port of Southampton's assets in there as their export port, the cruise vessels that they do there, which we also do at Portsmouth, it comes together as a very significant port, very similar to the big European ports like Antwerp, Hamburg, etc. So it's a really good machine to bring all the ports together.
Now, I know that you've mentioned about the bigger picture and everything needs to work, as you say, and what is key is everything. Yeah. That to me sounds quite daunting. What's your take?
I think it's important to remember that the Freeport is not existing in isolation. You know, we're all very used to working together on the Solent LAP, and those partnerships are very important to us. you'll have heard in the debate this morning that there was some challenge around, well, you've got Lib Dem councils, Conservative councils, Labour
I did hear a lot of challenge on the panel, which I wasn't expecting.
But actually the reality is that on the really big things that do matter, and the Freeport's going to be one of those, that we are able to just park all of that outside the door and get on and have honest discussions about what's best for the region. Because if one person benefits, we all benefit. If one council benefits, we all benefit. So we're very good at actually having those conversations, and there's close working relationships do exist between the councils. So I think there's lots of positives to take from that, and the fact that going into the Freeport, you've also got partnership for South Hampshire, of course, as well. Those bodies act as support mechanisms to make the Freeport a success. You know, Brian has taken over that chair's role of Freeport. He's come from the LEP. So there is already a very strong network of partners in Hampshire, and particularly in South Hampshire. So I think we're going to hit the ground running with this. This is not an embryonic organisation. It's kind of the fruition of what we've been working towards for quite a long time.
And that is a great place to be, a great position to be in going into this big plan, this big strategy. And you were saying about the collaboration of the ports. What is the mood like then? What is the atmosphere amongst you all? Is it a teamwork, a family, you know, all embracing, as you say, like working together and looking at what you can all benefit from?
You've hit the nail on the head. That's absolutely what it's like. I spent many happy years working at the Port of Southampton. I've moved to Portsmouth for a new opportunity, but we all know each other. We all know the benefits of the region. We all know the benefits of each port. So what we always try and do is place the right business in the right port. There's no point in competing over it if you don't need to, because what we really want to be doing is sorting it all out in an orderly fashion in order to improve the business throughout the region.
Sounds like a brilliant bedrock and a great launch pad for all of these ambitions. So I'm quite happy with what I'm hearing from both of you. And actually, finally, just to leave us with, what should the people be excited about, you know, in the region? How will it affect them directly? We've talked from a business point of view, collaboration of the organisations, but actual local people living in the region, how do they stand to benefit?
Well, they're going to see more investment because of the retention of that business rates income and reinvestment in the local area. But if we get it right, they're also going to see better life chances, improved skills opportunities for them, better jobs, frankly. They're also going to see more innovation, which is always exciting, particularly around creativity. I know this afternoon we're going to hear from the University of Portsmouth about their Creative XR, which is groundbreaking and a leader in the country. You know, being that hub for creativity, whether it's on the water or on land, supporting the water, that's where the excitement really is, because we want our children to have positive futures and we want them to be able to enjoy them in a green and sustainable way. All of those things are linked up with this Freeport bid, and that's why it's so important.
Oh, it's brilliant. Well, I hope that, you know, this feeling of family and teamwork filters through and carries on for a long, long time. But thank you both for talking to me, and what a lovely positive note to leave it on. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to be having another interview very shortly, but just first, when I was speaking to Matt earlier, he did mention that he was open to people getting in touch with him. So I believe there will be contact details in the comments. So have a little look through there if you want to be one of those people to get in touch with Matt. But for now, we'll sit tight and wait for the next interview. Okay, well, I'm here now with Uldred Drummond and CEO of Fawley Waterside. Very excited to have you with me today.
Excited to be here, Gemma.
What a man. I mean, you build towns. When I was looking into, you know, what you've achieved and what you're hoping to achieve, I was very excited and very impressed, I have to say. But anyway, let's kick things off with talking a little bit about Fawley Waterside and its role, where it stands to benefit, where it stands to feature within the Freeport.
Yeah, well, we're very excited to be in the Freeport. I mean, I think the Freeport's the largest economic policy and opportunity that this area's had for probably generations. It is a really big thing. There's only 8 of them in the UK. And the waterside tax site, which we can sort of see from these windows, is the biggest component of that Freeport. And Fawley has about 70 hectares, or what is that, nearly 200 acres within the Freeport zone. What is that going to do for Fawley, and what is it going to do for the local area? Well, it will encourage businesses to come here. We're talking to one international business at the moment that really is making the decision: do they stay in the UK or do they go abroad? So it's very typical and a very great example of what these benefits are bringing to the UK, and particularly to this area. And that would employ about 1,000 people.
Wow. Yes, and it is very important to talk about the tangible benefits and effects, because especially today we've heard all sorts of facts and figures, very impressive of course, but we just want to know how that translates for people on the ground in the region, but not just in the region as well, the ripple effects that will be felt, you know, further afield as well.
I think some of the big points are that they estimate it's going to encourage 50,000 additional jobs in the Solent area, which is a huge number. We think, taking it back to Fawley, that we originally thought, well, we might be able to get 2,000 jobs over the next 15 years. We think we can easily double that because of the benefits that the Freeport brings. It also brings additional government investment in infrastructure. And I think most importantly, it was touched on by Alastair Welch earlier today, is that the 500 million of business rates that will be retained in the area, as opposed to just going back to the National Exchequer to be spent on the nation, actually are going to be reinvested in infrastructure in this area. And infrastructure is a broad church, so that, you know, you think roads, rail, etc., but that's also training, skills, and the other points that some of the speakers have been raising this morning. So I think really tangible, 50,000 jobs. We need jobs. We need jobs along the waterside, as people, you know, 20% of the people on the waterside commute to Southampton every day. People complain about the 326. Well, the main reason that people are on the 326 is there aren't enough jobs on the southern waterside. So if we can bring those jobs back, actually the infrastructure can cope.
So let's talk a bit about the moment when it sort of dawned on you how your projection for the future of Fawley changed when this opportunity arose, because you've had a long time now to sit with this and to think, these are the figures, this is how it's grown, but how did you feel when it sort of all came into realisation?
Well, we've been working obviously with the various bodies that have been promoting the Freeport and integrally with them, and as I just said, I think the big change for us is that we can look to probably double the pace of uptake of our employment space, because there really is a relatively short-term window for businesses to take advantage of this. And as some of the speakers have said on the last panel, it's not just that you get the tax breaks, you've got to qualify for the tax breaks. So that encourages certain specific types of businesses, particularly high-value manufacturing, where you're putting a lot of capital investment into the plant and machinery within the building, is particularly beneficial. So it's really increasing the rate of uptake of space, which we as a developer and a town builder, to quote your original description, is massively important.
And final question really, can you paint a picture for me of how you envision Fawley Waterside looking by 2050? What will it look like? What will it feel like? You know, just kind of an atmosphere, and what will you see?
I think what I would really like to project is an image of a very vibrant, very beautiful waterside town that has a huge mix of people and opportunities. So whether that's leisure, retail or business, that it really is doing everything, surrounded by a beautiful landscape that is part of the New Forest and actually very green within itself. You know, we've got strategies to get to net zero by 2035, much less dependence on the car, good public transport services, particularly on the water and water taxis, reopening the railway line, you know, real thriving port town.
I'm loving that image. I'm sold. I want to be there sooner than 2050.
You know where to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. It's been great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, don't go anywhere. We have another interview very shortly. Well, I'm joined now by Peter Henley, BBC South political editor. Thank you very much for joining me. And I need to now add to your introduction, of course, the host for today, the beloved host.
Well, hopefully people have been seeing the introductions that I've been making, but I've got to sing for my supper as well. This is a day job for me. I'm really interested in the Freeport, which is why I said I'd come along and do the hosting. But I've also got to do a report for South Today this evening, 6:30.
Ah, okay, so you've got two hats on today, I see.
I have, yeah.
Yes.
But I'm also, I think during the question and answer, hopefully we've got a couple of questions from the people who are watching online, but I was asked to be difficult.
I'm glad you've brought that up because I was going to...
Do you think I was being too difficult?
No, I think it's good to make sure that we've got that angle and, give people a chance to answer some questions that many people may have been asking themselves at home.
Well, also in the room, we've got a lot of experts here. So the people from Southampton University who were asking about some of the green issues and who came back and said to the people from ExxonMobil, look, blue hydrogen is not what we want. We want green hydrogen, which uses electricity that's been from renewable sources rather than electricity from fossil fuels. Esso keep wanting to produce oil, don't they? And okay, so should they be getting tax breaks as part of the Freeport when they are making an awful lot of money from the increased oil prices? So I was really glad as well that we were able to spread that out to the audience to get responses as well as some of those expert questions. And I think they were up for that because the other big question is, will this Freeport just suck in work and current jobs which are in other parts of the country from people who want to operate more cheaply? And so therefore will we disadvantage other areas? And there is a mechanism there, but you get the sense that it isn't fully understood by everybody. So I was glad we were able to push them a bit on that.
Yes, and I'm glad you were able to make the most of that opportunity because it's a valuable opportunity, isn't it, to put those questions direct in that space, in that room. So well done for doing that. Probably not an easy position to be in. Not an easy position to be in.
Yeah, you're going to get the people from Esso here because they don't talk very often.
I mean, I'm not going to get involved in any of that right now, to be honest. I feel like that's not my place at this point.
If you were at home and you were watching I think he's Italian, the manager who's here, obviously interested in hearing the detail of how they can participate in this Freeport.
That's true.
But at the same time, as a journalist locally, I'm regularly trying to find out what's happening within the refinery site, largest in Europe, big employer locally, and yet, because it's fossil fuels, really on the back foot. And so interesting to see that a big American company is prepared to come to something like this and become involved in the whole process. And they are giving up a little bit of power by saying you can use some of our land for this, just as the councils are giving up a bit of power by saying we will pool the rates that we receive and then the Freeport on itself can spend that wherever it thinks fit. So for individual councillors in the New Forest, for example, who are used to saying, we're short of money for child support services, we're short of money for building new roads, we can't afford to do the weekly bin collection. And yet they're going to hand over the rates which they receive from these new businesses going into the Freeport to something that's controlled along with authorities of a different political complexion. So Portsmouth is run by Liberal Democrats, so is Eastleigh, Southampton is now run by Labour. Those councillors together will decide how that money is spent. It's a brave new world.
Yes, okay, so let's delve a little bit into the mood in the room here today then. So you've been on the stage, you've looked out, into the faces of some very curious people, some people that have got, things they want to know and agendas, and also you've spoken to the guests and to the speakers, both on stage and I'm sure off stage, mingled. What is the general impression from a host's perspective? What does the mood feel like in the room and where is there excitement and where is there caution, I suppose?
I got the sense that people were a little cautious when they arrived. This is a first early chance to learn about what will be involved in the Freeport. It's the launch of the 2050 strategy, and all these things are still evolving. And I think from little glimpses, and there's a lot of expertise in the room, and I think that people will have picked up things which were useful to themselves. And maybe in weeks and months ahead, they'll think that the guy who asked the question about electric boat manufacture, and then somebody else chipped in, and somebody else, and maybe also people they've met. I think that's where this can be valuable for people. But there is still not seeing the wider picture and how they might fit into it. Which they will get excited when they can say, hang on a minute, I can write off all my national insurance contributions. There are no capital allowances for these buildings. There is no tax for 5 years on this. On the other hand, they may be in competition with a different sort of business that wants to use that space, and they need to be sure that the thing is going to be run properly so that they get the opportunities they do need. And until we actually start seeing it working, we won't know for sure.
Yes, that's true. And I think one very important thing about today is, as you say, it's opened up and facilitated discussion. And with a lot of guests that I've spoken to today, they keep saying it's all about collaboration, keeping the conversations open, being receptive to other people's thoughts and ideas. And that really has come through today already, hasn't it?
Yes, and people have, they're in there now. You know, there's quite a nice lunch. But
I'm keeping you from your lunch.
That wasn't a hint.
It
but
was
okay, it was a bit of a hint. It's a nice lunch, which I've not had yet. But the people who've had it are now busy in conversation with people they know, but also people they're being introduced to, and have you met so-and-so? And I think that may be some of the most valuable thing about this. Bear in mind, you know, we're bringing together Portsmouth and Southampton for a start. We're also bringing in the airport along with the ports, and the military port, and an oil refinery, and a huge housing and commercial development. There's a lot going on, and the distribution park at I can never remember Dunsbury Park, not Dunsbury Farm. So
very different.
That's that, and that's owned by Havant but run by Portsmouth. You know, all these things are pretty complicated, but I think that together there will be a bit of a... And the Freeport label, you know, the head of the Freeport, Brian Johnson, is saying, we could call it just an economic zone, and, you know, it doesn't really mean very much. But it is actually something people can latch onto, and then it will have its own meaning when we see what it's actually delivering. At the moment, Freeport means a bit Wild West, but that gives it maybe a bit of an edge and makes people more interested. If you just called it an economic zone, people are a bit dull.
Switch off, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the idea that... did you hear me talking about James Bond?
I did indeed, yes.
See, that's
Edge straight away is...
Bit, isn't it? Jumping from crane to crane across Southampton Port, and then getting a tax break on the way out. It's got to be a bit more exciting than some of what we've heard.
Yes, well, do you know what? Thank you so much for your insights, because they're new, unique and refreshing, you know, different to what I've heard so far. Not refreshing in terms of what I've heard so far today, but just...
Telling me everyone else is boring.
I'm saying it's just a different angle, which is very interesting to hear
we
about.
Hope it'll carry on into the next segment, there are going to be different things happening on different stages, so it's getting a bit more exciting here in the room. But for people who aren't able to be here and are watching at home, I hope it's a good experience for them. I hope you're getting something out of it.
Absolutely. Well, time for lunch, I think, for you. Yeah. Yes.
And some more. Got to do some more interviews, so I get it on the telly by 6:30.
Oh gosh, okay. Right. I will hold you not a second longer. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Goodbye. That was a lively interview. Well, we have another one coming up very shortly, so stay there. So I have Lorna Wagner here with me today. Lorna, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, because you wear several hats and it does get confusing. So I think if I hand it over to you, the responsibility.
Thank you. I manage the National Careers and Outreach Programme for Maritime UK, and locally I work within Maritime UK Solent.
Thank you. Right, the buzzword then is careers, isn't it? That's what we're going to be talking about. And there are so many new opportunities opening up, career pathways. From your perspective, what is there to be looking forward to be excited about?
I think the most exciting thing is the high quality jobs that are coming in, the technical jobs, those that are going to require significant training. But we have, with the Institute of Technology and the collective work that the colleges and the schools are going to be doing around that, and the universities, we've got this opportunity for young people to learn about maritime opportunities sooner in their education career, and to be excited about moving towards that.
Yes, and I spoke to Matt earlier actually about the innovative ways that that's going to happen and unfold going forward. And you said just before we were filming about collaboration being key. And we can't say it enough, really. I feel like I've said it many times already today, but that's because it's true, isn't it? It really is. The big picture, everyone has to do their part and play their part to make it work. And I guess the young people themselves, and not just young people retraining, are also part of that.
They are. I think after 2 years of pandemic and lockdown, people have got used to operating their lives from home, from very restricted movement. And I think the opportunity for the sector to come together like it has here today is phenomenal. I've spent most of my time, when I've not been listening, introducing one person to another, where I'm saying, you need to meet this person, and going and seeking them out so they can have that conversation. I think in terms of individuals, yes, the way that people apply for jobs, the way that people work, whether the job that they take will be in an office, in a work environment, or they'll be working from home. I think that whole landscape is changing, and we're all adjusting again. But I love the fact that there's education partners here today who hadn't met Matt, who's the new director of the IoT, and I was able to say, you've got to meet him whilst he's here, and introduce people. So that we play a key role in that. Really, the Maritime UK Solent Business Network is about bringing together business, partnership agencies, education, all into the one place so that we can all be collectively pushing for the same outcomes.
And you're right, it feels like we've all had a bit of a shake. Like, during COVID, we've all settled into, the lockdowns and working from home and all of that. And I think we've been due a bit of a, things are going to change, things are going to be different, and a bit of a wake up, really.
I think so. I think the other thing is, never has there been a better time to be coming into the job market in the Solent. When you listen to the speakers this morning, the Maritime 2050 strategy is strong and it's robust. The partners are in place. The Maritime UK Solent as a separate limited company is now established, and we've got the Freeport and the investment and tax incentives there as well. So we appear to have the right people in the right positions, bringing everyone together so that as a region we can make the most of these opportunities. But it is really exciting.
It is, and clearly a supportive process, which is great to hear. And we've been talking a lot today, and we'll continue to as well, about precious coastal communities and bringing them into the mix and making sure they're very much a key part of this. What will that mean for coastal communities, having these new options, careers, pathways, chances to dream of different things, bigger things?
There's something that I say as part of my careers work quite often, and that is, we know that we are all trying to improve the outcomes for young people that are growing up in coastal communities, and there's been a bit of talk today about areas of deprivation and so on. If you're lucky enough to grow up in a coastal community and there is a port as a hub for the whole supply chain, all the business around it, unfortunately, young people grow up and they look through the port to the horizon and they don't really recognise that opportunity that's in front of them. So I think by bringing the partners together and getting everyone around the table physically now, not just on Zoom or Teams meetings, but bringing people together and letting them really discuss how their strategic aims are overlapping. And we've got these various different opportunities within the Solent. I don't think there's ever been a better time, but we just have to make sure that community is involved in those conversations, and whether that's out through schools and to parents that way, or whether there's more public facing events. There's all sorts of things that are on the horizon, but it's a really good time.
Yes, and you're so right, aren't you, that it's not just about creating the opportunities and jobs here that want to keep people here. It's actually the entire landscape, making it a place even more so that people would want to stay. The vibrancy, things to see and do, people flocking in, tourist visitors, and all of that, it all works together, doesn't it, to create this hub where people won't want to leave.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would have given Southampton the City of Culture, naturally.
We won't go there, will we?
No,
Because,
we won't go there. There'll be another opportunity.
Absolutely.
But I think what we have in the region, when the sort of the leisure facilities that people were talking about, the beauty of the region, the UNESCO biosphere site on the Isle of Wight, the opportunity to be so close to the river, the connections, the new forest, all of that, and then the culture that you get in the cities and the towns. I think this is a great place to live and to work, and I think we need to make sure that the outcomes are as good as they can possibly be for the people that live here already. We need to be attracting talent in to probably come and study here and to work with us, and importantly retain both sets so that we are feeding that people pipeline is coming through.
Well, it's so exciting, and you can just feel it. When I stepped off the train yesterday, I just felt it straight away. I don't know, there's a buzz. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I imagine that's just going to get bigger and better as time goes on. So really exciting times, as you say, and I'm sure if people want to get in touch, ask questions about careers moving forward, we'll put the details in the comments as we have done previously. But for now, thank you so much for joining me, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe that may well be the last of our interviews for now. So thank you so much for joining me and hearing from all of my wonderful guests. And there's so much more to come throughout the afternoon. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Peter.
be behind the, looks like the Wizard of Oz curtain over there, I think. But great, no one's moving, so you're expecting to be here. As it says on the screen, I'm Stuart Baker. I'm Business Development Director at Solent Local Enterprise Partnership. Also been working heavily on the Freeport as well. But here today to talk about how we're going to translate that strategy that Rachael talked about earlier, Solent 2050, into a kind of initial funding opportunities, because it's great to have a strategy that sort of sets the direction of travel to 2050 in a very dynamic and changing world. But actually, what can we do as an LEP with our investment to support businesses on that journey to unlock new jobs and unlock their growth aspirations as well? So I've got a screen down here as well I can look at. That's pretty good. Right, okay. So we're going to talk about, I'm quite short, so I'm going to move these down. Solent Prosperity Loan Fund is the first one. So we've got a couple of funds we're going to talk about here today. Some of the slides will be a little repetitive because the strategic focus of them, as you heard from Solent 2050, remains the same across both of the funding products. But the first one that we're going to talk about is the Solent Prosperity Loan Fund. So overall, we have a sort of £5 million funding pot available for that. And this is initial. So we've got, as an LEP, we've been pretty clever with our funding that we've had from government, that we've earned to have it come into us. We've issued some as loans, it's come back to us, and we've got quite a lot of flexibility to direct that funding to support local priorities, whereas previously money's come from government and said, look, you've got to do it this way, this is what we want you to deliver with your funding. Now our board has actually got quite a lot of flexibility to tailor that to the local environment. Now, we're making initially £5 million available from our funds for this particular fund. We're hoping to provide funding to at least 5 projects. It may be more, okay? But it's just to try and give a benchmark within that. Now, it's loan funding. We don't give grant funding anymore at the moment. Or we may come up with a startup loan, startup grant product later in the year, but we don't have it at the moment. And this is all about loan funding today. And for this particular product, it's between 100k and £1 million. Now, the contribution we can make to a project is 50% of the total project costs. Okay, so the maximum obviously we can provide is £1 million, and you'd need to come forward with your remaining funding for your project as well, because we think it's important that obviously the sort of business has skin in the game on that as well. 0% interest is the key attractive feature of this, repayable over 36 months, and then within that 36 months there's an opportunity for a 12-month repayment holiday. So pretty favourable terms to secure some funding for a project. Capital projects only, so it's not available to sort of support wages or cash flow. And this is available to the private sector, so businesses, but also FE and HE institutions as well, recognising that skills and having that talent pipeline come through is really important for our economy. We've deliberately, we're a business-led organisation at the LEP, so businesses and supporting businesses is really important to us. And I think we've seen locally that there's been quite a lot of money that's been directed by government through Levelling Up Fund, through UK Shared Prosperity Fund, to local authority. So whereas in the past we've sort of said, look, anyone can come and get some funding from us, actually now we're saying, no, actually we want to support businesses in particular, but HE and FE institutions for this particular fund as well. We'll pause at the end to go through some questions on this. There we go. Moving across. Yep, brilliant. Okay, so just a little bit more about the loan product itself. So I said it's 0% interest. What we do charge, and it's the same if you go for a mortgage and stuff, there's always an admin fee. It costs us to process. There is resource in the office that's reviewing applications, taking them through due diligence, doing financial due diligence, and also obviously transacting the contract as well, the funding agreement. So there is a cost to that we need to bear. So there's a 2.5% admin fee charged on the cost of the loan. That's repayable. That's payable once you're successful, but upfront and doesn't come out of the loan. So you're not going to pay that and then potentially not get a loan. That's not how it's going to work. I've already mentioned it's 36-month repayment term. In exceptional circumstances, we may look at up to 5 years repayment, but it would need to be for the particular project. I know some of our board members were acutely aware that some projects, particularly in relation to sort of green initiatives, can have a longer repayment period in terms of making them sort of generate revenue. So we wanted to just leave the door open for that. So if that's something that's of interest to your product, project, do come and have a chat with us, to get in contact with our growth hub. But generally, we're looking at sort of 3 years. And within that, there is an opportunity for a 12-month holiday. I just realised I haven't introduced James, who's not just taken one of the seats on the stage, which is a bit strange. But James is from our accountable body. So Portsmouth City Council are our accountable body, and James Fitzgerald will answer any tough questions on the sort of finance aspects of it. So that's why he's on the stage here. Sorry, James. So, very comfortable seats. So in terms of this, as an LEP, our board are really keen that the funding that they've got actually delivers the kind of growth that aligns with Solent 2050. Now, every area and every economy will have its strategic and sort of sectoral strengths, and government are very clear that they want areas to back their strategic strengths. For us, we're here in the Horizon Cruise Terminal. The maritime sector is massively important to us in the Solent. It's 20% of our economy, generates £7.7 billion of economic output. So huge. And it's engines such as the Port of Southampton, Port of Portsmouth, etc., that really do fuel that as well as the whole wealth of SMEs as well. So maritime's always important to us, but it's not all about the maritime sector in the Solent as well. There's a whole range of other sectors that make up the economy and that are really important and that are flourishing and doing well. So you can see on the slide there a whole list of sectors, and these are the sectors that our board have said, look, we particularly want to focus our funding in supporting these particular areas of growth. We want to create jobs, so we want our funding to unlock new jobs. We want it to potentially strengthen skills provision as well. We've talked about that kind of talent deficit and making sure that the jobs that are created in local areas, in the Solent, are for local people. We don't want to bring labour in where we have to, when we've got young people here who have got sort of futures ahead of them. Why do we want to lose them to elsewhere? Let's retain that talent here in the Solent. So if there's projects that can support them, that's really good. With this fund as well, we'll also provide enabling infrastructure. As an LEP, we've provided enabling infrastructure for the last 10 years, whether it's at North Whiteley, where we've provided a new sort of highway infrastructure to unlock 3,500 houses, to lots of other projects here as well. We've talked about, was it Bobby Big Plugs, wasn't it? I think the sort of the shore power. This is all enabling infrastructure. So we're really happy to do that. Along the water side, just across the river as well, there's digital infrastructure going in that we've been able to support as well. So those kind of projects as well. And also, supporting that transition to net zero. That is a backdrop. And you look at any kind of funding call that's coming out from government as well. We all have to do this within the sort of spirit of thinking about, what is the future and how do we adapt to climate change and how do we reduce the amount of carbon that we're putting into the atmosphere. So strategic focus, we saw the video this morning where it sort of listed these it sort of ran through the sort of 7 strategic priorities we've set as an LEP for our area. I won't list them there, but we will share these slides later, but you'll see it in the bidding prospectus, which will be available now online. But nothing really surprising there, really. Obviously, that marine sector is important to us. But that whole idea of a sort of coastal community, and I think the theme that runs through this is around levelling up that we've heard as well. We've heard lots of people say it's not just about levelling up the north. We're very acutely aware that there are communities within the Solent, within the Isle of Wight, within Southampton, Portsmouth, Gosport, etc., that really do need to be part of that levelling up agenda. So where we're able to support businesses, to provide people with jobs, and to actually give that kind of new hope really to areas is really important for us as well. Eligibility. So this gets into some of the detail. There's a bit more criteria, but what we've tried to just pull out here is some of the sort of headline elements around eligibility. So you need to be a company that's domiciled in the UK, paying tax in the UK. That's really important to this fund, or a higher education or further education establishment here in the Solent. The economic outputs. We're kind of brazenly selfish about this. If we're investing our funding, we want the outputs to be here in the Solent. So if you're going to, if you want funding to develop a project that's going to create jobs in Cornwall, quite frankly, that's great, brilliant for Cornwall, but it's not good for our money, and we're not going to be. That won't be a project that we'll support. We want jobs here in the Solent for our communities. We want this money to start working really quickly. We're sort of coming off the back of COVID. it's great that we're sort of coming out of the other side of that, but it's still a dynamic environment, and we want to get those new jobs, those new projects kicked off as quickly as possible. So there is always going to be a focus on early delivery, and we sort of set there that we want people to be or projects to start by the end of March next year, which is quite ambitious, really. We're stood here, so it's June now, so less than a year away, sort of going through the process, getting a funding agreement, and sort of getting things away. So we're really and looking at projects to complete by June 24. So that's the kind of sort of period that we're looking at. I think, and I can't see any board members here, but I think the board will probably see how this product goes and may well come forward with a second round of this at another time. That's my sense. We'll certainly have funding there. And obviously it's a loan product. There's money coming back to us so we can get it out working for the economy again, which is what we want to do. It's really important so that if a project's going to make that sort of March 23 deadline to start, that you've got the consents, you've got the funding in place. I mean, I've been working at the Elect for about 9 years now, and me and James have seen a whole load of applications come through that you think, wow, this looks fantastic, this is brilliant, this is going to be a game changer for the area. But they're pulled down because they don't have the planning consent in place, or actually all the funding that they need for their portion of the project isn't in place as well. So we can't take that forward, which is always desperately disappointing for us, but it's just a reality of a project. So we don't want to waste our time, we don't want to waste your time. So got to have those consents in place, got to have your funding in place by December 22, or a very, very clear and immediate path to having those consents and funding in place. We obviously want the money to be paid back to us because we want this money to go in and start working again for another business in the economy over the next 3 years as well. That's what we want. It doesn't come back in and sit in a bank, it goes and does something. So we need to have that comfort that it is definitely repayable. So that's something that particularly our accountable body will look at as part of the financial due diligence aspect of it. And need to offer non-personal security on this. We always sort of highlight that, so need to make sure that we can recover our funding if the worst comes to the worst. We never want to do that, of course. We want to support businesses, but the reality is that money could be used by another business in the area, so we need to have that comfort in there as well. Okay, Solent Lep area. I heard a lot about the Solent Lep area today, and I think we have seen some maps, particularly in the Freeport slide, but just to be clear, that is the Solent Lep area on there, and that's where we need the outputs, and that's where businesses or FEH institutions that are looking to secure funding from this loan fund need to be and deliver their outputs in. Come on, clicker. So application process, I think probably the final slide, and then we'll sort of perhaps pause for some questions on it, is, as it is on the screen, that's quite a wordy slide looking at it here actually, but essentially we're launching today. So if you go onto our website, you will see the bidding prospectus, have a read through that. We've just given a snapshot of some of those headlines today, but the bidding prospectus on there, it's not a massively weighty document. We're trying to make it accessible, we're trying to make it easier for businesses, because we know you've got your businesses to run, but ultimately there is a process to go through. Have a read through of that. If you've got any questions, there's an email address, or you can call our growth hub as well, who will be happy to talk you through the process. The first part of the process is, and again it's trying to make things easier, is an expression of interest process. So it's an Excel spreadsheet form that's quite easy to go through. If you can't answer those questions and don't have the information for those questions, this probably isn't the product for you at this time, because it's pretty simple and fundamental questions you should be able to answer if you've got a project that's going to be starting to deliver in March next year. So have a look through that, sign it off, etc. Get that into us, and we've only got about just over a month, I think, to sort of get those in. So it's quite a tight window to get that expression of interest in. We'll do a review of those expressions of interest, and then those that are eligible, and we'll see how many we get as well, because we may get hundreds. I suspect we won't, but we'll go through those, and then we'll then invite businesses to go through the full application process. Now, that full application process, we'll publish that form, obviously, and make it available to those shortlisted businesses or FEH institutions. But it will be based on sort of the Greenbrook Treasury process as well. And it's important because this is public funding. So it's really important for us that we have projects that demonstrate the value for money that they're providing to essentially the public purse, really. So we go through that process. Obviously, it's a loan fund as well. So there's some additional questions that perhaps a traditional government business case wouldn't ask, because it's loan funding. We need to understand security and payback ability of funding as well. So so people will be invited to that, and then you've got until sort of end of September to get that in. So that's quite a long window, and obviously we're mindful that summer's in between, where people, quite rightly go off on holidays, and you actually can have a holiday this year, can't you? Which is great. So then we'll take that through our finance funding performance management group, who will make a decision. But before that, we actually do quite a lot of work in terms of the accountable body looking at the financial due diligence aspects of it. But also we commission out independent experts on due diligence as well, who look at this. They're independent from us as well, who look at this with an independent view and make some recommendations. Now, through that process, it's very likely that some questions will be raised that we need to then have a dialogue with applicants on to get questions. So we don't just want to think, okay, you haven't really answered that the way we want, so we can't take your application forward. We actually want to work with you to get the application to a place where it is something that we can provide you with an offer of funding for. So it's a kind of collaborative process. Obviously, we've got some deadlines to meet, so it's kind of important that you do come back, in good time with those. And obviously, if you can't, then it probably isn't the funding product for you. And hopefully, there's lots of other projects that we can invest in. And yeah, I would think by the end of this year, you would have a funding offer in your possession and a contract that is signed by both parties, and that should enable you to sort of get those spades in the ground or whatever it is by March next year. So that's the kind of process we're working to. I think there is, if I pause, so that's our Solent Prosperity Fund. It's the fund that's got loan funding available between 100k and $1 million. The next one is more targeted at SMEs, and it's going to be focused on sort of 15 to 99k. So very similar. So I'll whiz through that, but I can either pause there and answer any questions if there are any, or actually just slopey shoulder them to James, to be honest. Or I can go on to the next one. I can see a question already. Yeah. Do we got microphones? So we have got microphones. Brilliant.
Are there any restrictions on how we use the money, or can a project include a new marketing endeavour?
Can it include what, sorry?
A new marketing effort.
A new marketing?
Effort.
Yeah, it's I mean, what we're... Do you want to come in? It's sort of it's not working capital, is it?
No, it's not. So the funding is available for sort of capital expenditure only. Sometimes you can capitalise things like that, but if it's just for a marketing effort, then I don't think this is a fund for you. No.
Okay, yeah, we'll just go there, and then we'll go to Rob over there.
Is it okay if I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
You've mentioned that the LEP has a key aim of creating jobs. Do you have a cost per job in mind?
We don't for this fund, and we've deliberately done that. We kind of just want to... I think what we've done with recent loan products is we've over-specified them, and we've not had a lot of applications in, quite honestly. So we kind of just wanted to leave it quite open. Traditionally, what we've looked at in terms of cost per jobs, and this was for grants, so you might come in, but we've always looked at around sort of 6k per job was the kind of the sort of...
That used to be our sort of premium that we really like to have. But so, as Stu said, this one hasn't been over-specified. I think we'd look at the outputs in general, as it just forms part of your business case. So I think you'd look at the project more holistically rather than a specific cost per job.
And I think the thing to add to that, so where we listed that the kind of economic outputs that we're looking to secure, it's at least one of them. So it could be that your product, you're looking to bring in a new bit of kit, for example, that means you're reducing your carbon output, for example. And that might not be any jobs at all. Still good, Okay? Does that help? Yeah? Okay. Nicola, I think Rob had a question over there.
Yeah, Rob Stevens. We're looking at a tidal project. Your aims of infrastructure and maritime are really commendable and obviously fit very well with the local workforce, but your timelines for delivering that are almost exclusive, make it slightly exclusive, because actually trying to deliver an infrastructure and a maritime project by 2024 is very tight indeed. Is there any flexibility on that date?
There's not at this one. These are the timelines for the fund, so it's open and everybody's clear on what the timelines are for the fund. As I said, I'm pretty sure that the board will reflect on feedback such as that and say, actually, is there scope for a round two? do we need to think, actually, we have a bit of funding that we might say, okay, there's different types of project that need a longer lead in, that take a bit longer time. So it's kind of helpful to have that. But for this round, it is as specified in there. And we will get projects that we can fund within that period. And I think it's about getting that funding working as quickly as possible. That's kind of where the board we're at. But we'll take that on board, Rob. That's yeah.
One of the things I thought of there is, would you be allowed to take your 12-month payment holiday if you were a technology innovation of that nature, because that's not going to make a return for some time, and effectively defer your first payment for 12 months after the initiation of the project, which adds another year into the cycle. I mean, I know that's a bit of detail you may not have considered. But,
so it's what, 12 months on top of the 36?
No, you've got your 36, but you would have a holiday right at the beginning.
Oh, yeah, no,
before you
that's
start paying
right.
back.
That's right, isn't it?
So that in the case of an innovation project where you've got a whole load of setup before it's possible to get any return on it, that might give you a bit more mileage there.
I think,
I'll let James confirm.
I think that's okay, Adrian. I think what we would do as any part of any loan agreement, and looking at the application as well, is agree a repayment timescale and profile with the applicant. So I think with specific instances like that, we'd sort of welcome that discussion to look at it. Yeah.
And I think the only thing I've been told we need to press on actually as well. But if there are any other questions, then we'll be for about half an hour afterwards anyway. But just the other response to that is we did say for specific projects there may be 5 years as well, so that may just sort of give that bit of longer. And that's where the board are at. They recognise there are some projects where that investment up front takes longer to return. I will move on to the next one. I'll be able to race through the next one because I've said a lot of it already. And then we'll perhaps have a time for questions. If not, it looks like we won't have, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so this one, very similar to the previous one, but just a slightly subtle twist. And it is focused only on SMEs as well, this one. Okay, so we define those within the document, but focused solely on SMEs. So not larger businesses and not FEHE institutions for this fund as well. Very similar stuff in terms of the front slide, still capital projects, still 0%. What I will say, so the funding threshold or the loan funding we can provide is between 15k and 99k on this one, and we've got an overall funding pot of £1 million and looking to fund at least 10 projects. That kind of gives you an idea of what we're looking for in this. What we can provide in this one, recognising it's SMEs as well, is up to 80% of total project costs as well, so a lot higher intervention rate than the 50% that we mentioned on the slightly larger fund as well, SMEs only. Same stuff there, as I said, and the same stuff around the 5 years apply, or the 12-month holiday period up front apply to this one as well. Sectors are exactly the same there. The only thing that's missing in terms of project impacts here is the unlocking infrastructure one because of the scale of the funding. We thought that was probably unlikely here, so we removed that one from this one. And as I said to you just now, it's not all of these. You don't have to be in all of those sectors. You don't have to create jobs and tackle net zero. It's just one of these. That's all we're sort of saying. And likewise on the next slide as well, you don't have to, your project doesn't have to tackle all or provide progress against all of these priorities. It's at least one of them. Okay, that's still good. This stuff is all exactly the same as well as the previous presentation. So in the interest of time and Alison's stare, I will just go on. But again, it is in the bidding prospectus. The area you'll be familiar with, it's the same as was before. This one is, again, the same, so doing that expression of interest route also. And the only difference here is we've got a business support investment panel of business leaders actually who come together and they'll be reviewing applications and making the decisions on it. So these won't even go to our LEP board. The board have delegated that to the business support investment panel to lead on that work. I think everything else on there is everything else is exactly the same in terms of timelines, but as I say, that is all detailed in one of the sections of the bidding prospectus. So do I have time for questions at all, Alison? You've got about 1 minute. Okay, we can take, if there's any burning questions, happy to, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
As an SME or a startup, if you have a loan of 100k and you're putting in 100k as well, unless you own the building or something else, you've got to have another 100k in the bank to give you security, in which case you don't really need a loan.
So the security we wouldn't necessarily be looking for sort of cash as security, so it could be an asset that you've got, but slightly different maybe to how you might sort of, go to a bank for funding. Because it's public money, we've got to make sure that money is protected at all times. So we do understand that, but that's just something that we have to put in there, really. Just one other thing that I wanted to clarify, and Stu's right, we're looking at 0% interest, but that is subject to subsidy control and state aid control. We've done them before and we've managed at 0%, but and it does talk a bit more about that in the prospectus, and it will be a lot to put on a slide and talk through now, but just to make you aware that it is subject to that. So I've just thought I'd throw that in at the end.
Time for any more? Oh, we're okay. Can't see any more hands. Yeah, we're about. We'll stay about. Okay. Oh, sorry, there's another one. Just take that one.
Do they have to be limited companies, and what sectors, are there any sectors that are excluded from
Well, the sector, we haven't. So we want businesses that are in those sectors that were listed on the slides. So that's the ones. If it's a business or a skills initiatives that's tackling that's targeting those sectors, they're fine. Obviously, I haven't listed every excluded sector. It's just you need to be in those sectors. That's the way we've done it. Limited company is yes. Yeah. Okay, we will stop there. Okay. And yeah, brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Cheers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me to speak. First of all, apologies for the photo and the reality. That is social media. I'm Kat. I'll move on now. And I am a teacher. I'm currently seconded out to Solent NHS, and I'm working with them on creating a careers programme to ensure our skill set that we need in the NHS, that we have a set of individuals, young people coming through to support our workforce. So as a teacher in the area, I'm going to talk to you about the incredible young people that we have here in the Solent, and to kind of encourage you to do projects very similar to the one that I'm currently working on with the NHS to fill up your workforce, because they are incredible young people we have. So, got to go this way. Obviously, the plans for this Solent project are ambitious. Just like our young people here, I teach at a secondary school, an inner city secondary school in Portsmouth, and I work with some incredible young people, driven, ambitious, everything that this project is and embodies. There are plenty of those young people here in the south, and I really urge you to think about how you are going to fill the positions that you know as industry specialists that you know you're going to need, because we do have those people ready in the wings for you. As I said, I work in Portsmouth, and so before I came to speak to you today, I asked them to tell me what they were proud of, what they thought was ambitious, what they thought was a fantastic part of living in Portsmouth as a city. But I think this echoes across the Solent region. So they are very proud that we have the Royal Navy in Portsmouth. They are very proud, as you can see there, of the innovation and the forward thinking that created the Queen Elizabeth ship there. They were lucky enough to go have a trip onto it, so obviously that inspires them. Is that something that you would want to do for the young people? Would you bring them into your workplace, into what you create here in the Solent, and show them what they could do, what they could be, maybe not when they first join you, but where they could aspire to be? Could they be the engineers of the future, creating things like the Spinnaker Tower that you see there? They are inspired by those things around them. Portsmouth University and its plastic-eating enzyme, they are very, very switched on to the environment. They are the generation that want this world clean, zero emissions. They stood there in Portsmouth protesting. They want that. They want to work with you. They are so focused on maintaining this world. They also love the festival that we have in Portsmouth, Victorious, and that was set up by some young men from Portsmouth, and it's now become a massive, massive festival, attracting a lot of income for the city and big, big name acts. They're proud of that, and they're proud of the fact that that was done by people from Portsmouth. The football club, which I won't mention too much in case I get lynched now being in Southampton. It's fine, I was born here, so I can't talk about that in Portsmouth. So They are very proud of that football club and actually every element of that football club, and they are really aware of the fact that it is far more than just footballers. They have media teams, they have nutritionists, they have physios. They're very aware of what else the football club means, and I think that's what you need to bring to the young people. They'll see a port and see boats and go, meh. And that's where you have to enthuse them. You have to let them in. You have to come and show them what they could do with you. And obviously, they're very, very proud of the Dockyard and the Mary Rose and the Warrior and the Victory and the history that we have here in the Solent. They're very proud. They are really enthusiastic, and they are your workforce of the future. My son is 6, so by the time all of this comes through, he could be standing here talking about what has been achieved, and that's quite a little wobbly mum moment for me. So, looking at the data, I'm a maths teacher, I'm really sorry I had to do it. It looks like we actually do okay here in the Solent region, and actually that we are pretty much bang on average with the wage across the country. But if you are in a city school, you will see the difference and some of the deprived areas that we work with. This wage is way off. Way off. The school I work at, 1 in 3 students is actually a free school meals student. There is lots and lots of deprivation in our area, but that doesn't mean that they are not the absolute foundation of what this port could be and be fantastic workers for you. So just to prove that, and a real stark thing that I really want you to hold on to, is the fact the school I work in is in Fratton. And if you turn left out of our school, there's a real chance you will live 20 years less than the person who comes out of my school and turns right. And I think that's something to really hold on to. At our school, we work so hard to level it up. And I believe Dee said earlier about students not even being able to access sailing. Some of our students couldn't afford to get on the Isle of Wight ferry. But our school works that every single Year 7 student who comes through goes sailing. They go sailing in their tutor group. We are desperately trying to level it up. So when people say levelling up, I invite you to come and see some of our schools that are split so widely like that, and to come and see the incredible work that my colleagues are doing every day to try and get rid of those barriers, to try and really level it up, and for students to see it doesn't matter where you came from, you're here, you're in education, you are working hard, you've got a good soul, and the rest we will support you to do. So I really want you to hold on to that. Obviously, these are all the pillars today of what the Solent Port hopes to offer, and I really do hope that the young people who I'm working with now, little tiny ones like my son, you are thinking about all of those. They are your workforce, and I really urge you to get out into schools, to work with the LEP, to create these links and show these students what they could do. There's been a lot of talk today about these high-end wages. I suggest that you work with the colleges and maybe work with the DFE, the Department for Education, and think about creating T-levels in a marine environment. So you really are filtering those students from 16 and moulding them into the employees that you need to make this successful. They are what is going to make this successful. You guys are fantastic pioneers and pushing forward to do something really innovative, but it is those young people who are going to make sure this continues and fill all of those employment areas for you. I really hope that it is levelled up. I really hope that you aim it at young people in this city. As I've said to you, that stark data, you could make such a difference. And working in an inner city school, I'd rather that we weren't trying to pluck people who are a minority success story. Actually, that's what happens, and it's because of this. It's because of this now people can work their way up and create themselves a fantastic life where they don't have to worry so much about money. Part of my job at my school is the careers lead. So for me to support students, what are you interested in, what would you like to do, and for me to understand all the educational options and pathways to get them to a place where they will be secure financially. So I really, really urge you to think about the social mobility. Are you going to invest in apprentices? Are you going to take on 16-year-olds and genuinely think, yeah, they could be the CEO, they could be the top, they could be the executive, whatever, and really invest in them? They are decent, wonderful, fantastic young people, so many of them, and you could be doing just the world of good for them. The education, the state of education in the region is rapidly improving. Ofsted are back and around, thank you very much, however close we are to COVID. But you know what, despite that and despite the loss of learning, the students in our area, lots of them now, the majority are attending good or outstanding schools. And again, if you just think back to that stark contrast, that's an incredible job, and I am so proud to say I'm a teacher, and yes, I've stepped out slightly, but my colleagues are incredible to be starting to balance that up and to get these schools to a good and outstanding, and I promise you, that's not easy. That is not easy. They are very fine-tooth comb, I think we'll say. So it's not the education, like the infrastructure is there for you to get involved with schools, so please reach out to them. I will just put this up. Like I say, as a careers leader, I need to think about the journey and where they've come from. So for you thinking about secondary schools, I believe is a fantastic space to show them what you can offer. But if you could, even younger is better. At 6 to 8, they've already decided which jobs are gender stereotyped. So again, I work for the NHS, and the point of me being here is that I can say to you, as the biggest employer in the UK, the NHS is now investing in an outreach programme to schools, and we are at the forefront of that in my project, and we're working with students aged 5 and upwards to try and break these stereotypes. Doctor's a man, nurse is a lady. We're already there at 6, they've already decided. So how many options are being shut down as they go through their lives? Moving up to 9, this, again, I think is quite soul-destroying. They have decided, they've already gauged their social position and decided which jobs are no longer available to them. That actually breaks my heart. I hate it. So part of my project, and the reason why I'm here, is to say to you it can be done. With the NHS, there are 350 plus different jobs, and my job with my team, who I lead, is to get out into schools and say, this is what you can do. And if you don't want to leave home because you can't afford uni and you want to be at home contributing to your family, we've got degree apprenticeships. You can have an apprenticeship at 16. You can come and work with us from 16. And getting out, we're missing out. Students have already pigeonholed what your industry is. It's boats. Don't want to be a sailor. And I know that sounds really silly, and I promise you, I'm not mocking you. That's what their idea is. And you must get out there. You have to talk to them. Think of what you can do in terms of social mobility for the thousands, hundreds of thousands of young people in this area. So just a little bit about what I've done. Like I say, I've been seconded out from my school to work for the NHS across Hampshire and the Isle of Wight to create from scratch a careers programme that reaches out to students as young as 5 all the way up to 18, and we're just starting to work with the universities now from September to say to them, do you know we've got cyber crimes? Do you know we've got engineers? Do you know, and just open their eyes to all the opportunities, even students at degree level. We have master's apprenticeships. Could that be something that you guys offer as well? It's just amazing. And for the links that we've made, and with the Solent LEP as well, it's been amazing to work with them and link up with other employers. So I urge you, in these bids, think about how are you going to get the young people to understand your industry, understand everything you can offer, understand the pathway that this job, being involved in this incredible project, what it could mean to them and their families. So back to this, please, in thinking about this project, and thank you for being involved and for contributing to the Solent region. I was born in Southampton. I lived most of my life on the Isle of Wight. I've taught in a school on the Isle of Wight. I've now teach in Portsmouth. I know these kids, and they are incredible. And some of them don't appear incredible because of what their upbringing has been, perhaps, especially in some of those tougher areas, but give them those apprenticeships, give them those chances to look around your building and you will see the lights come on. So give them a chance. And they use this little mantra a lot. So be the change you want to see in the world. It's going to come from you, and then they will do the rest. Please have a good think, and I'm so grateful for you listening to me today. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Yeah, go for it.
Thanks so much. That was really interesting. Actually, I'm from the Centre for Enzyme Innovation, so plastic degrading enzymes. Hearing about how inspired the students are is amazing, because sometimes I worry that no one in Portsmouth know what we're actually there. But I guess my question, further from what you're saying, is I spend a lot of time thinking in my work in innovation and with businesses, but also in outreach, as to how do we actually pull those students through? What can we do as a university to actually get local students to study at Portsmouth, because we're not seeing that in our figures? And that's, I guess my question is really kind of what can we work in the local area, because we have an outreach programme, but we are limited in how many schools we actually reach out to.
Obviously, it's all to do with funding, so I completely understand you've got your target schools. I would work with the LEP. They have the connections. Every single secondary school has to have a careers lead. That's a government directive. They have to have those. So the LEP will know all of those direct links. I think with schools, when you get one, you get the rest, because there's very much they're doing what? Can we? So there is a little bit of that in the area, and competition. They are businesses too. At the end of the day, schools need bums on seats. So yeah, I would go through the LEP. They've been fantastically supportive of me as a teacher in my school. Just on site and getting your employees or you as an employer in is incredible. That's where it happens. Not here's a task, here's this. Be live, be with them. Don't make videos, they're done, they're over it. I'm sure you can understand that. Online is not for them anymore. Get in there with them, or get them to where you work and show them. That's, I think, the best thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
No problem. Any other questions?
Thank you. That was really passionate presentation. So thanks for that, and also thanks for raising the need that careers guidance needs to start at 5 rather than 15. I'm from a local authority in Eastleigh, and we've got involved in a primary engineer program, having engineers from our borough going into schools and helping them. Brilliant. So sadly, it was kind of curtailed by the pandemic. I guess my question to you, though, is have you engaged with parents? Because we found in terms of trying to engage with young people in our schools that quite often they might either don't get any help or advice from parents, or what advice they get is probably outdated and just reinforces the points you make, i.e. my dad's a lorry driver, I'll be a lorry driver, whatever. Yep.
Yeah. We kind of go 5 points of communication. So text will go home to parents, this is what your child is doing. Letters go home with the parent, with the student. Website links, QR, as much as you can. Obviously, social media, as interesting as that can be. It's that. We also are starting to do takeover events at schools, so that after school, students and parents can together walk around, kind of like a mini careers fair, but very interactive, very hands-on. Because again, parents are bringing siblings as well, so they don't want a stall collecting pens. Make it interactive. You're recruiting. It's recruitment. So yeah, get to the school, set it up there. Might be inconvenient, but that's where you're going to get access to the parents.
Just building on what you said there. So I used to work with the children, and I now work with the parents, the grown-up versions of your children. And so they don't engage in some of those things. And I think joining that up, so we run the Restart programme. Yep. If you could change the mind of the child and change the mind of the child, the parent, at the same time, you've got a better opportunity for success. So I suppose my question is really, is there opportunity to do more partnership working around with people who are working with the adults within the family?
I mean, absolutely. I can imagine there is. We're in the... sorry, excuse me. Absolutely. I mean, I can only talk about what I've done and what I've seen work, going to the schools and inviting the parents. I think that's kind of where we're at. It seems to work really well. It creates that conversation, and conversation's the key, really. So, yeah, on-site, at schools, put yourself out there, really. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to my waffling on about our wonderful children. Like I say, if there's any other questions, come and grab me at the end. Thank you so, so much.
So I'll just come in and wrap up for you as well and say I hope you really enjoyed being at two exclusive events today, the unveiling of Solent 2050 and the formal launch of the Freeport. There's a lot of crossover between those two, as I'm sure you will have worked out. I'm just talking to people around the room. You know, everybody's found their own little element, little nugget of something from the day that applies to them. Maybe not got the answer, but certainly brought a few questions up in their mind. And I hope you've managed to meet up with people of interest to your own organisations, and we'll look back on today as you look back on a good film or a good book in future days. You know, there's something in there that you'll remember that will stay with you. The seminars, this one and next door, have been recorded, so you can go back on, and people watching online, you can choose the other seminar if you feel you wanted to go and look at those. That I dipped into all of them. There was something in all of them. They were all fascinating, and you couldn't do them all at once. So you could go back and watch those when you get home. And those of you at home, I'm glad the sun didn't shine all day. We enjoyed it through the window here. I hope you enjoyed it too. And I hope you do feel the strategies that you heard will enhance this fantastic place that we live in. Enhancing trade, promoting opportunities for all our communities to flourish, to support our world-leading marine and maritime economy, pioneering approaches to climate change adaptation and decarbonisation, and cementing the Solent's position as the UK's capital of coastal renaissance, harnessing new technologies and approaches to revitalise our coastal communities. A lot of long words, but you, I hope, go away from today with more of an idea of how that can all work if we all work together. Thank you.